and we can start with our Versio Masterclass training today. A very warm welcome from my side. My name is Matthias Scholze. I'm the CTO of Versio and I'm very happy to be here and to give you today this training with my colleague Fabian Klose. Fabian, you will introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Fabian Klose. I'm head of developer at Versio, and I'm happy we are doing this training today together.
Perfect. Then let's start with the agenda for today's training. We will start with a short welcome and introduction, and then I will give you some motivations. Why does the world need Versio? Which problems can we solve with Versio? And then we go more in the conceptual and practical part. We will try to set up an inventory of assets and configuration items for a complete technology stack. And the next point is that we browse about the assets and configuration. We learn how we can go in detail to see the metadata of the configuration items, the relations, the topology, and so on. And our focus topic today, it's the part where we spend the most time, is the definition and the monitoring of governance policies, because we believe that policies are one of the coolest features in Versio. That's why we will bring it to the front as a focus topic, and we spent 2 hours for that. Between this session we will make a lunch break, and after that we want to talk with you about risk management and protection requirement assessment. That means how you can control risk in your IT in an easy way. After that we give you insights how you can control your end-of-life and security product assessment about all products that we detected via the inventory. Then we talk with you about alerting. Alerting is every time a big issue for enterprise customers, because we have here the availability to bring an event outside from Versio to a third-party system like email, like chat, like other ITSM components. Last but not least, we make a summary. We will give you then an overview which topics we're missing today, that are topics potential for a next master class training that we plan in a half year. And after that, we have open space for a specific question of you. Yeah. Some words for general information about this training. We start at 9 and will be finished at 4 p.m. Then we have 1 hour for open questions from your side to discuss it together. We try to make a break every hour or 2 hours for 10 or 15 minutes for coffee and other things. The slides that we show you today, we will provide you after the seminar.
Sorry, can we please reshare our screen, because some of the guys cannot see it?
Okay. Okay, I resharing my screen. Please give us in the chat a feedback if you now can see our slides.
I can see the slides.
Perfect. All participants get a training certificate and we have set up a Versio environment for this training. That means we can work all together in this training environment to install one importer, to create topologies, to make a report, and something like that. It means if we show you something, then you will get the possibility for own practical sessions in this training environment. This training environment will be available for you for the next 7 days. How we can communicate well during this training, please mute your microphones when you are not speaking. That's every time helpful for all participants and for us as referents. And use the raise hand function in Microsoft Teams. If you have question, or please use the chat in Teams for messages and questions. Yeah, that means one of us will every time check the chat and the raise hand. That would be nice. And if it's possible for you, switch your camera on. That's every time helpful in this kind of remote session, because it's easier for us and for yourself if we can see each other. Yeah. Okay. That is our training target. That means today we will inventory a complete example with hyperscaler, with hypervisor, with different hosts and running distributed application on this host. And this is our target, and I hope we will reach this target today, but I'm very sure that it will be work. We have our training environment. I hope every one of you have access to this environment. Yesterday we invite you to the environment, and you get an email from the Versio platform with a link to this environment. And this environment will be available for you for the next 7 days. And Fabian, perhaps it's your first action. You can give us an overview about the basics of Versio UI.
Yeah. So everyone should see the dashboard of our Versio environment, and I will not say a lot about the information we see here. We will just start with the basic structure of our platform. So on the left side we have our menu to go into our solutions and work with the data. We have always the possibility to hide this menu if we are on some views where we need some more space for for bigger pictures or anything else. So if we click on our logo at the bottom, in the top left, we can hide and unhide the menu. We have our dashboard link with these little house here on the top. Next to it we have our full text search, so you can search for data inside your environment on every page. And for the administrators of their own Versio platform, if they're running a managed whether a managed platform, then they have a little monitoring icon here. In the SaaS, you will not be able to see it, but if you're running your own, and then you have some KPIs about the platform health. Right next to it is our feedback button. So if you have anything you want to share with us, bugs, informations, good feedback, bad feedback, you are always welcome to send a message to us. And in the top right corner, we have our user menu. And because Versio.io is a multi-tenant application, if you have access to some other environments, you can change your environment here. So I'm switching now to our environment we are using for our training today.
And that's very important for all of you that have access to more than one environment. Perhaps you have to change to this Masterclass environment, that you go in the personal menu and you find the environment name Versio Masterclass. Okay, thank you, Fabian, for your first part and the introduction of UI.
Yeah, maybe we should take a minute to fix some technical problems, because a lot say that sound and video is not so good. And yeah, I think it's important that everyone can see our screen and can see our slides. Otherwise, it will not work today.
Yeah, that's true.
So everyone has problems, or just some people have problems? Okay, so someone said that the new Teams client was bad. Okay.
Perhaps you can switch to the old version. It run more stable. Thanks, Rafa, for the feedback.
Okay, so more than 5 people said it's good, and I know the German one said it's bad, but yeah, it's Germany. Our internet here is not the best in the world.
Okay, then we can continue.
I would say we will go ahead, yeah.
Perfect. Then let's start with a motivation. Why does the world need Versio.io? Versio.io is a software solution. You can use it as a SaaS software or as an on-premise version. We call it managed, Versio.io managed. That means you can install it in your own data center. And the core is an asset and configuration inventory. That means that we document your complete IT landscape. And then we can detect changes in that landscape and we can process these changes. And that we want to try today in this training on our example application. Here we see a picture of an IT landscape. We start here in the button. We see network devices like switches, routers, firewalls, network attached storages, IoT devices, and something like that. Based on that, we have computers. We call it bare metal machines. That means real physical server instances. Or we have hypervisors where we can provide virtual machines or containers. We have cloud platforms with virtual machines or where we use cloud services. And based on this, it can be run a Kubernetes or OpenShift environment. And based on that, we have an application backend and an application frontend with the application itself, with the user, that are acting in this application, and we can inventory, for example, also the infrastructure that this end user use. That's very helpful. It means the comparison to an old CMDB approach, we have here a full stack view. And that means too that we, for example, you can see it here on the right side, we can inventory the identity management with all user groups, with users, with groups, with roles, or with rights. That's very important for enterprise companies and to fulfill, for example, the regulatories. Yeah? Because regulatories in the first sentence said you have you need audit proof information, for example, which user has which right to which time. Yeah? Or on the right side, we see business objects that we can handle in Versio. For example, 2 or 3 months ago, we start to support manual editing of configuration items. And it was so successful that we switched our CRM system to Versio. That means a contact, an account, an opportunity, all entities that's specific for customer relationship management. We now handle easily in Versio, and that's show the power of our platform, where we can also integrate business objects, where we can inventory business objects. For all of this, we have a data model in Versio. That means it's not necessary if you start with your inventory project to make a lot of workshops to define which entities you will inventory, which relation this entities has, or which attribute this entities has. It's predefined in Versio, and that's why it's possible for our customers to start in minutes. That means you can install one importer or one gate that are agent that inventory the data, and that's why it works in minutes, because you don't have to model CMDB model for Versio. This asset and configuration inventory, that is the core of Versio. Every time if you work with Versio, you need data in the inventory. And based on that, we implement some use cases. We call it solutions that help you to work on this data. For example, we have a change detection. That means you have a transparency which changes are happen over the time. The other things in the change management solution is that we can monitor the change request execution. Yeah? And then this you have objective facts if the change request is executed in the right way. For example, you have 10 hosts and you order your service delivery partner to update this operating systems. Then you get an answer from Versio, yes, all 10 machines are updated in the right way, or only 8 of the planned machines are updated. And that helps you to get more transparency on the level of change request. Next point is IT governance. IT governance helps us to execute policies or rules, and that means we can check if changes happen in your IT landscape, if it's a planned change, it's an unplanned change, or the security level go down or go up with this change. everything of kind of policy can verify it in this solution. The next one is the end of life and security detection or assessment. That means all detected technologies, and here we talk about operating systems, product like databases, web service, application service that you use on the operating system, and libraries, frameworks that you are using in this product. We can detect it with version information, and we can combine it with data from our content repository. It's a Versio internal content repository, and then we can make an assessment. We can give you answers, for example, to that you have products that has not installed the latest patch, or we can give you the hint that this product has a vulnerability. Yeah? And I believe it's very, very helpful, because we do that on every level, from the operating system, the product, the libraries, and it's very helpful to make it easy to get your IT landscape under control, under the aspect of security. In the enterprise architecture solution, we collect some features, for example, to get an overview about the used technologies. You can use a technology radar to control the used technologies. We have a solution in it where you can monitor business processes or batch jobs, your nightly batch jobs, and other things. Yeah? It's a collection of things that is very helpful in an enterprise environment. And last but not least, we have a service and experience monitoring. That means availability and latency or performance of a service. We can monitor for you, and the most important point, we can calculate penalty in the end of the month for you, and that's very helpful to be a service-oriented enterprise company. All the solutions can produce violations and events, and all violations and events go in the risk management. And here we have a special part that we combine the risk that we detected in Versio for you with the protection requirement assessment. And all the solution and the Versio core helps you to reduce the IT risk and the costs. And my personal most important point on this place is to ensure that the information is available in your company. That means we have a lot of data inside Versio if we inventory your whole IT landscape, and so it's very easy to get access to your own information. And in my past career, I can see it every time in the projects that the informations are not available. Yeah? The people has no idea how an application is deployed, which version of the database is running currently, and something like that. And all this information, you get access to this information in seconds and minutes. I have some slide where we can
maybe a question before from the chat. So the question is a license needed for every part, for every use case, for every solution?
Our license model based only on the amount of data that you put in Versio. That means all solutions, all content repositories are available for you without a subscription. Yeah? Okay. Subscription and subscription usage dashboard, for example, it's a good point that we can discuss it in the open space part in the end of the training today. Yeah? Okay, more and more regulatory requirements comes up, especially here in Germany and in the European Union too. And every requirement or repeating requirement of all regulations are you have to document the IT landscape. Yeah? And that is one of our major offers that we bring to our customers with Versio. The next one is you have to detect, document, and you have to react to changes. Yeah? That's not so easy because if you use Versio, then you know that you have 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 changes every day. Yeah? And that's not so easy to handle this mass of data. With Versio, it's very easy because the documentation will be automatically, and then you have, for example, policies, and you can check if something goes wrong or if it's a planned change, unplanned change, or other things. The next one is you have to define policies, internal policies, and you have to fulfill or you have to verify external requirements. For example, we have here in Germany an organization from the government, and they make policies. What is a good SSL certificate? Yeah, and they give you concrete characteristics what you have to check if you work with SSL certificates. And all these policies you can bring in here to Versio, and you can verify it automatically. And that means you build up a knowledge base and you can automate it, you can automate the verification. And that's very helpful if you go, for example, in a certification process or in an audit process. Then it's very helpful if you can get the auditor access to Versio, and you can say, here, that are our policies in the company, and here are the results of the policies. And another thing is that all regulations said that you have to manage your risk continuously. That don't mean that you have to check your risk one time in a month. No, you have to do it every minute, every hour, every day. Yeah? That means our risk management helps you every day to check what risk do you have, what risk you can close, and how many risks do you have where you have no chance to act, for example. Yeah. We can see it in the past that you have products in your environment and there's a security vulnerability for this product version, but there's no patch. Yeah? Then you have a not so good situation because acting is not so easy. But the most important point is transparency, to know there is a problem and to know, okay, we have to talk with the product vendor, how we can fix this problem, how we can build a workaround for this vulnerability, and so on. Another thing is that complexity in our IT world and in the world too, in the common world too, will be grow up. Yeah? Especially if we fulfill the digital transformation, then the amount of IT that we use for it will increase in the same way. And we can see that in the last 10 years that the technology stack is expanding. We started 20 years ago with hypervisors. Now every company use hyperscalers and start to use containers. And we use product tools, frameworks, and the most enterprise companies start to use SaaS services, SaaS application too. And the technical vulnerabilities increase continuously, and that means that we get stronger regulations. For example, the CRR, this is the Cyber Security Reliance Act, is a new regulation that will come up in the European Union, and that means every vendor of a product, of a software product, has to fulfill some regulatories to make sure that the product has a good security standard. That is a point that for me is the most important point, the availability of information. Every time we talk with people and enterprise companies, then we ask how many time of the working day you spend for information procurement. Every time we get an amount of 20–30% of the working time they need to find the right information to process the next step in her working process. Yeah, that's a lot of time that we need every day to go the next step, and we hope that Versio can help you to reduce this amount of time. And on the other side, we will give you a solution where you can organizational and technical access to the information will be easier, because we build up a digital twin, a copy of the real world in Versio, and that's why nobody needs direct access, for example, to a network device or a host or something like that. And so we have the chance to say, okay, you can get this information in Versio, and therefore you need not the direct access. In the past, especially here in Germany, we try to fix problem if we use a Chinese approach. That means we bring in more and more people to lose a problem. And I believe we have to end, we are on the end with this approach, because we have the availability of IT employments on the labor market. The cost of IT employments is very high, and yes, we have human error proneness, and all these things. I believe we have to spend more time to automate things. And all of you that working with Versio in the past know that we automate a lot of things in Versio, so that you are, as a user, you are more information consumer. Yeah, that means Versio is not the main part to configure thousands of things and to control and install and deinstall things. We try to automate all these things to make the operations very easily, and you bring you back to the focus that you get an information. For example, there is a vulnerability violation, and then we need you. Then we need you as a user, that they have knowledge about the organization of the project status and something like that, to make a decision how we can handle this violation. And this is, I believe, a good idea to take the working time of the employees to invest in the right way. And cybersecurity is more and more a topic that comes up in the last months, the last years, and we talk every time with enterprise companies, and they tell us they have a tool installed in the company, and I'm a little bit shocked every time, because security is not a tool, it's not a measure. There are so many sites where you have to talk or think about security, and Versio is not a security tool, but yes, especially we have a lot of possibilities that helps you to find security problems or to make sure that cybersecurity attack can be verhindert, can be permitted. Avoided. Thank you for that. I have here a screen. We will a slide. We will talk later about it with measures, with security measures that you can use in Versio, and that helps, to avoid cybersecurity attacks. Okay, that was the motivation part. That means we try to automate things. We try to be more professionalized. We try to be more efficiency, and to get IT on better control. That's what we do with Versio, where we can help you. And the next point is that we start to set up an inventory of assets and configurations. I will start with a conceptual part. I will explain you some ideas, some approaches that we use in Versio, and then I can make a break and will switch over to Fabian, and we will start to install the first agents and to inventory the first things in our demo environment. Core concepts. Here are some very important terms that we use very often in combination with Versio. One of these are environments. Environment are logically separated part in our Versio instance. That means we are multi-client or multi-tenant or multi-capable, so support can be delivered. And every environment has separated agents in kind of one importers and one gates. That means every environment is responsible for itself, how they can inventory data, and every environment have a separate user and user rights. Yeah, that's very important. It means, for example, customers of us use, for example, two environments, one for the productive environment and one for the development environment, or for different projects, for example, you can separate it completely. That means if you have two environments, then they complete separated. Yeah? You have no chance to handle data between these environments. And every environment contains entities. An entity is, for example, a host. Yeah? Entity means that are instances with the same characteristics. And example for entities is a host, or a process, or an SSL certificate, or or a network device or something like that. And an instance is a very concrete entity. It's the server ABC. It's the SSL certificate for our Versio IO SAS instance, for example. And every instance can have changes. And a change is that, for example, you put more memory in a host, and that's we can detect, that we can inventory, and that will be a change in Versio IO. Yeah? That's why very important. We have environments. With environments, we can separate data between companies, between projects, between prod and test environments, or something like that. And in an environment, we have entities. These entities have very concrete instances, and an instance can have unlimited changes. One of the core concepts is the historization. Historization means that you will find not only the current state of a configuration item in Versio IO, you can see all changes from the past. That means, for example, if we have an instance A and we store that in the Versio IO database, it's a temporal database, then we have the possibility to have access to the instance A to the specific time. If we ask the Versio IO database to a timestamp before we created at first time, then the database said to us not found, because on this time this instance was not available. That means also if you ask to another time after you create an instance, you get every time the information from the database. Yeah, here you get the instance A, and it's the same what you get to another time. Yeah? If you change this instance, then after this timestamp, you get every time the changing status. Yeah? And if you ask the Versio database to a previous time, then you get the old state. And in the end, we want to delete an instance. For example, the server is deleted in your cloud environment. Then we don't delete it in Versio IO. We call it mark as delete. That means we say this instance is deleted, and after this time span, if I ask the database give me the state of A, then I get a not found, because in the timely perspective, this instance is not more available. But we need the data for the time before we delete it, because we are audit proofed, and it means you have every time access to the data from a server that you executed in the last year, for example. That's a very, very unique selling point to other vendors in the market with that are working in the same sector. Here we can see how it looks like in Versio IO. For example, we have here the timeline, and we can see here a change. We can see here that the version of the operating system is changed. It's a Debian operating system to 12.3. Yeah? And we can see here that 2 days before, 8 days before, there are other changes. The last boot time was changed. It means someone make a reboot on the machine, and with a reboot, the Linux kernel was changed to, for example. Yeah. And on every timestamp, you have the possibility to use or to unset this filter option, and then you can see all data for this time period. Yeah? But we have here this special filter that helps you to concentrate you on this change. Only this attribute, what you can see here, has changed, no more. Yeah? You can unset this filter and then you can see all data too. It's not a problem.
Okay, wait a second, we have a question. We have a question about the retention time when gets data deleted. Yeah, I can answer this also. So the retention time is part of the license and the subscription model. So you can say how long the data should be stored inside Versio, and yeah, it's one part of the price in the end. So you can say just 24 hours, or you can also say we want to save these things for 10 or 20 years. Everything is possible.
Perfect. Another concept in Versio is that we have a topology detection. That means if we inventory data from a data source, then we inventory different instances. For example, if you inventory in Azure Cloud, for example, then you have virtual machines, you use services and other things, and everything is an instance of a specific entity, and we find the relation between all instances. And that's very helpful, and a lot of customers give us a feedback that they understand now with this visualization what is how the world is built, yeah, in your this IT landscape, and that we do for a data source, and that we can do for data that comes from different data sources. That means if we have, for example, an hypervisor, yeah, that provides virtual machines, and then we can inventory the hypervisor, and we can inventory the host that is running in a virtual machine. And we make a relation that this host is this virtual machine on the hypervisor. And that's why we are able to give you in the end the information about a complete view about your IT landscape. And I believe it's very, very helpful, because we use topologies, for example, also for filtering, and we plan to use topology for user rights. Yeah? And we will see that later in Versio. We have thousands of data in Versio, and it's hard to handle the mass. But if you use a topology as a filter criteria, then from the mass of data from 10,000 instances, for example, it's go down to 10, 20 instances, and then you can handle your specific topology. Here we can see an example. We have here an application. That means we can inventory the front end of an application. We inventory all things that we can do on a host. Here we see the host. We can see here the processes. We can see here containers. We see processes that deliver services. And here we have an hyperscaler with firewall rules, with a lot of stuff, and with virtual machines. And this data comes from different data sources, different agents or one port or one gates that we use for it. And the topology detection find, for example, that this host has a relation to this virtual machine, or this application is using these services. And based on this topology, we are able to visualize a complete picture of the IT landscape. Yeah? Perfect. How it works in practice, we have two agents. The first one we call one importer, and the one importer you should use if you want inventory host or a server with all things what happens on the server. That means the operating system layer, the hardware or the virtual machine layer behind it, and all processes that are running on this host, the services that are provided by these processes, the configuration of the processes, and something like that. Yeah, that means all stuff that are running locally, and it's only possible to inventory locally. If you have a third-party system like a hypervisor, like a cloud platform, like a network device, then we use the one gate. The one gate you can install in a network zone where you can get access to the data source, and then you can inventory things like hypervisor, cloud platforms, container platforms, network devices, identity management systems, and everything else. All this data we bring in our Versio asset and configuration inventory, the core of Versio, you remember. And there we have the gold nugget of data, the digital twin of your IT landscape. And based on this digital twin, we build own applications. We call it Versio solutions. That means these are solutions that are using this asset and configuration inventory data to give you more added values, yeah, like detected vulnerabilities in your environment, to get information about used technologies, to execute regulatories or something like that. And everything what we build on top on the asset configuration inventory based off the one API. The one API is available for you. That means you can use Versio via the web UI. The most guys of you will do that, but you can use it every time also via the API. That means you can see that here on the right side you have the possibility to integrate Versio platform in your pipeline processes that you execute, for example, with Ansible, Terraform, or Power Platform. You can integrate data in your reportings that you, for example, execute with Tableau or Power BI or something like that. What's the difference between one import and one gate? It's every time an important or often asked question. One importer, you install it to get information from the host. You will inventory the host with all parts that are running on this host. You can see entities that we can gather on this host. On the right side, we see the one gate, and you have to install a one gate in every network zone so that you get access to the data source that you like to inventory, and the one gate send the data then to the Versio platform. Yeah? That's the concept behind it, and here we can see a picture that illustrates this approach. We can see here a number of hosts on the left side where we install the Versio 1 importer, and here we have some data sources in different network zones, and therefore we have to install one Versio 1 gate so that we can have network access to the data sources to inventory the data sources. For example, network devices, cloud provider, hyperscaler, hypervisor, and something like that. Security is every time a big issue. That means from the perspective of one importer and one gate, both agents always initiate the communication to the Versio platform. That means you have no chance to get access to the one importer from the Versio platform itself. That's not possible. It's from security point of view, it's only possible that the one importer act and can give you information, not more, no less. The communication is every time encrypted. You can we support HTTP proxies. Thanks for the colleagues from Telekom and Aldi that helps us to make it happen, because it was a hard job to realize fulfill support here. We check the certificate authority, and one of the biggest features is that you can bring the configuration for the one importer to the one importer side, or one importer or one gate side. That means the most configuration, we will see that in the practical part where we start in some minutes. The most configuration we do in the Versio platform, and the one importer access the Versio platform and ask, can you give me a configuration that I should execute it on the one gate or one importer. And if you are working in a high security environment, then it's possible to take this configuration, to bring it to the one importer, and that means you have no access from the server side to this configuration. It's also possible to take only the part of the credentials. Yeah, that means you have the possibility to configure a one importer or one gate on the platform side. That's very cool, because the world is dynamic and it's nice and easier to change a configuration in a UI. But the credentials can be on the one importer side, and that means if you work with Versio with us, Versio with us has no information about your credentials, or we don't store your credentials in our fold. On the other side, nobody can install one gates and one importers and can bring data in your environment, because every one importer, every one gate that you install has to be authorized and activated on the server side. Yeah? That are all functionalities to make this communication secure. The installation should be easy, should be need not hours, should be need minutes and seconds. We support installation, startup, shutdown, status update, deinstallation with our wizard. You can see it on the right side, and Fabian will give you an example in a minute. That means you can configure specific things of the one gate and one importer in the UI of the Versio platform, and you get command lines for Windows, for Linux, for Kubernetes, or OpenShift platforms, how you can execute the installation, the startup, the deinstallation, and so on. And that means you can see that are command lines that you can take over for your automation with Ansible, Terraform, and so on. It's very, very easy to take over and because we have the possibility that the one importer can contain the configuration for the importer things, we support infrastructure as code 100%. If you have installed the one importer, then you will find an overview for a better management of all your one importers and one gates in your environment. Yeah? And you get infos about the last heartbeat of the one importer, general informations, update status. That means we give you an information if a new update is available, and one functionality is that you can click on the button and you can say, okay, please update this one importer or one gate automatically, and the one gate and one importer will get this information, and then he can react and can start the process automatically. That's very helpful, and that makes very easy to operate with 10, 100, 500,000 one importer or one gates. Yeah. Okay, you can see here if updates available. You see here some metadata. If the host itself, its inventory too, then you can see here the instance itself. You see here which modules are activated. It means it's also a security function that you can install one importer and one gate, and you can activate only a specific set of modules. Yeah? And you can see all related or assigned configurations to this one importer, and so you can see that this one importer, one gate has to do a lot of things, or it's only available for one import process. Yeah, and it's very helpful in the initial phase when you start with Versio.io and you bring your one gates and one importers in your environment to have the control over it. That's very helpful to have this kind of management area here in Versio.io. One of the last questions from the conceptual part is to talk about unique characteristics of the one importer. One is the historization. We talk about that means that we can that we provide not only the last or the current state of a configuration, we store all changes from the past, and these are available for you for analyzing, for reporting, for everything what you want with this change information. We have the topology detection. That means we find relations between instances, and that helps you to get a better understanding how things works. For example, a network plan, for example, a system architecture, and other things. We have a full stack approach. That means in comparison to the old CMDB approach, we support the infrastructure layer, the application layer, the organizational layer, and the business layer. All data that we inventory in business real time. That means, for example, if you change something on your host, you start a new process, you reconfigure a web server or database server, you will have this information 1 minute later in Versio.io. That's very helpful, that you don't have the current state one times a day in your CMDB. In Versio.io, you have every time the current state. The digital twin is every time up to date. We have learned that is very helpful for our customers to have a strategy to zero configuration. That means if you install especially the one importer, then he is zero configuration. That means we know what we have to do on the host, and it's not necessary to build up a big knowledge to configure it. We have processes to make the update process of the one importer very easily. We have new releases every month, and we have between these releases patches every day or every week. And that's why it's very important from a security point of view, from functionality, that you hold your one import and one gates up to date, and it's very easily to do with Versio. We have implemented a lot of security functionality because we are working in an enterprise environment. That's why it's it's necessary, and it's a Prio 1 topic every time we talk with customers. And you can have control about one importers and one gate via automation. We are support infrastructure as code to 100%. Yeah, and now we go over to the practical session. We see our training target. That means we will try to reach this target today. And Fabian will start in a minute with the first installations, so we can build up this topology that we can see here on the right side. And then we will give you an insight how you can manage and monitor one importer and one gates in Versio, and how you configure import processes, and you can debug it. That is the initial thing that you have to do if you start with Versio. And I believe now it's a good point to take over the control for Fabian.
Every time you start in an empty environment and you get and you log in this environment, you get a little window that helps you to gather the first data inside Versio. So there's a little there's a little window that gives you a one-liner command that you can copy and execute on a Linux machine. And yeah, someone said he already installed or used this command, and because we have data inside, this window will not appear again, but it's not a problem. I also copied the command before, and we also have another option to install the next one importers. So I copied the command before, and I can paste it into the chat. So everyone will be able to use it again, and I'm also able to use it. 1 second.
But it is not mandatory, because I think we might have some information disclosure between all the different guys here in the system. So that might be a problem for some to disclose their local installations.
So okay, I try to send the command via some snippet, but Teams don't allow it, so I just paste it into the chat, and I'm copying it. So the first thing we have to do now is the command we get from the little pop-up window we can't see now is the command to install the one importer and the one gate in a combined array. So this is possible, and that's great. So we have both agents running in a second, and this helps us to use every possible import mechanism we have. So I copied the command, and now I'm switching my screen to our SSH session, and we are here on a little server from hosted in Microsoft Azure. So we try to include some different data sources. The first one is the installation of our full stack one importer on this host. So this is the command I have copied, and the only thing I have to do is to execute it. This will take some seconds or maybe a minute, because it will download and install the one importer from the platform side and start to execute it. Yeah, that will be the step which takes the most part, because it's compressed and you have to uncompress it, and now the one importer is running, and I'm switching back to our Versio platform, and I can see in the instances tab of our one importer and one gate all installed and connected one importer and one gates to this environment. So someone already installed one importer on his machine, and we can also have a look into this data. And I just installed this one, the Dev Azure IDM. It's our Microsoft Azure host for today. And we can see here, if I expand this, yeah, it's the newest version, because we just installed it. And we have the possibility to give it another name. The default one is the host name of the server, and we give some description, and we can see some metadata. The one importer we just have installed just started working. So with the installation, the one importer started to detect information about the host, about the processes, about the services. Yeah, Thomas, we will install the second one importer from our installation page, so we will do it in some seconds. Yeah, first here we start from the host, and we can have a look into our asset and configuration inventory, the core of Versio. So I'm always able, if I see some information like this tile here, that I can click and go into this instance, but I'm going over the menu for you. So I'm going into our inventory, and we can see all the entities and instances we have in our inventory right now. So we have two hosts, because someone of you installed a one agent and I also installed a one agent. We see the processes, we also see configuration files and some services. I'm selecting the one I have installed, and this is the core view of our inventory. So every instance has such a view where we can see the actual state of this instance. So every information we have about this host, and I can expand this, so we see information about the operating system. It's a Linux machine. What operating system is running here, what disks are mounted here, what network interfaces are installed, information about the system itself. This is a virtual machine here, but it could also be a bare metal server. Then we would have more information about the hardware that is installed, and so on and so on. So we have also information about the hardware, but we would have some more if it's a bare metal machine, but we have information about the memory, and we have information about the processors, and so on. And we have information about the technology used here. So we already saw it's an Ubuntu Linux machine, and we have information about the version of this Ubuntu and the Ubuntu kernel version. So that are informations that come from the one importer we have installed. And in the bottom here we see the start of the timeline, and because we just created this instance and we have no changes detected right now, we have only one timestamp with the creation date and everything was created here. So on the top right we see some informations about these instance. So we see, oh, we only got one change on this host, yeah, because we just installed it. The host was created in Versio just 3 minutes ago. The last change was the creation change is also 3 minutes ago, and the last update also. And we will see later that these times will be different if we change something. So we also can see information about the topologies here. So we see already that we have relations, and we will see them in a second. In the bottom right we have some tabs with informations about things we relate with the solutions we provide in Versio. So one solution is that we do an assessment for the products we find in the versions that are in use. That's also a topic for today, and we have here the detailed view just for this instance. So we have information about the open violations. So our main topic for today is creating verifications, and right now we have no verifications, and if there are open verifications that say, okay, here's something bad on this host, they will be here. There are no planned changes because we started on an empty environment, we configured nothing, but there's already some topology in there because the one importer detected it. And here I have the possibility to switch into the topology view, and then we can see everything that this host or this agent we just installed has detected. So in our topology view we have always the chance to say, okay, how much we would like to see. Right now we're just saying, okay, we are going from our host and see just one step up. And now we want to say, okay, we want to go 5 steps up. That should be enough for this host, I think. And we see that's all we detected on this host. So that's a small host, there's not much running, but you can see there's something, some daemon running from Microsoft. I think that's their control process for their virtual machines in Azure, I think. And there's an Nginx running, and that's an Nginx reinstalled and we need for our application we want to inventory here. We also see the one importer process. Yeah, we installed the one importer and it's also in process, and we don't want to hide it. And we see the SSH daemon process also running, and that's important because this process opens a port to the network, port 22. That's why we are able to connect to this host. We also see configuration files for the processes. So we detected an Nginx process, and then we also detected, okay, this process was started with this configuration file, and we related to this process. Also for the SSH daemon, that has also a configuration file, and we will also take a look into this later. So the Nginx is configured by a configuration file, and that means that it's configured to listen on 2 ports on one domain. So we created a domain IDM mockup Versio for today, and this is our entry point of this application, and it's listed on point 443 and 80, and it is providing our IDM mockup Versio application. This application is a little bit white or gray here because right now we have no information about this application. We only know it is there, but we have no information about it. So I have the chance to go in every instance here. So I can maybe I can go into the Nginx process here. So it's the same view from the host, but now with information about the process. So what command was used to start it, where is the binary located, and when was it started, and yeah, things like that. And I have also the possibility to go into the application, but we will see that we have no information about the application right now. And that will be our next step to give Versio also the information about this application. So I'm going back to the topology to show you one thing more here. We have the possibility, because you saw I just had to come back to this page and had to configure the topology again. I'm able to save this topology. So I can give it a name, and for now it's our dev Azure IDM host topology, and I can share it. So every one of you should now be able to see this table entry in the bottom, and if you click on the icon of this eye, you should be able to see the same topology in your browser. And you're also able to, or I'm also able, I can copy this link that is that will lead you right into this view, and everything should be configured. So it's a deep link capability. Yeah. Okay, so that was our first step, and like someone asked, we install a second one importer, and therefore, because we could not use our pop-up window, we use our installation wizard here. So for installing new one importer or one gate, we go into our environment settings in the menu and one importer, one gate, and go in the installation tab. Then we have to say, okay, what we want to install. We can say we want to install one importer, so local agent that will detect processes and host informations, or we want to install one gate that is able to inventory third-party system, and we have also the way that you can install both with one, so in a combined way, and I will use this for today, so we can later use also the one gate. Yeah, you have to say where you want to install it, if you want to install it on a Linux machine, Windows machine, on a Kubernetes cluster, or you can also install the importer on a Linux machine via Docker container. And you have some configurations for the debug mode, and if you want to ignore the CA validation. That's sometimes important for Versio managed instances where the operators don't install or just install self-signed certificates. It may be that you cannot see this configuration. That's because some of our customers were overwhelmed by configuration things, also like these little two flags, and they often just click things. And everything is pre-configured, so you don't have to change these things, but you are able to. And if you cannot see this but want to see, these configurations, you can go into your user menu, go on your name, and you will get into your user settings. And we have a little feature that changes the user GUI mode. So the default one is that you're a standard user, and you will just see the things that are important for like 99% of users. But if you are the one that operates the platform and install agent, it may help that you change to the expert user, and then you will see every configuration you can do. So if anything is missing, you see on my side, you may have to change the user GUI mode, and everyone can do this by his own, because in this environment, everyone is a full environment admin, I think. Okay, back to our one importer installation. So we said, okay, we want to install a one importer and one gate combined on a Linux machine. Then we need two commands here. So the first one we can copy is the download and installation. We can copy it and go back to our SSH session, and we have a second server here. This one is a local server here in our office, and I just have to paste the command in here, and the agent will get downloaded and installed. This will take a second, and afterwards I will copy the second command to start this agent, and then we should also see that agent in our table of installed agents. So the installation has been done. I'm switching back to our Versio platform. We just installed it. It's not running right now, and now I have to start it. So copy the second command, going back and start it. And he already say, okay, one importer service is running. So that was the installation process for a one importer or one gate. So as Matthias said, there are some security features. If we're switching to our table with installed agents, we see, okay, this is the one we just installed, and we have some information about it, but we have this importer right now have no authorization to do anything. The only thing he can do is say, okay, I'm alive, but he cannot do anything more. But we want him to do some more, so we have to say, okay, that's the one we have just installed, and we want to authorize it, and we also want to activate it because we want him to start doing his things. So someone else also installed an agent, I think, some seconds ago. You also have to authorize and active your agent, so he will start detecting process informations and so on.
And every one of you are invited to install an own one importer or one gate on his own machine. Yeah. Please feel free to do that. Please note that all data can see from all participants. That's clear. Yeah.
And before our session, I also prepared a third one importer, and I will authorize this and activate this also. Then we have 3 one importers installed by ourselves, and 2 of you also installed some of them. Okay, now we should have much more information in our inventory. Yeah, we see we have 3 hosts here. There should be a 4th coming in some seconds. And we have already 111 process informations, 10 configuration files we found. And Okay. And we can have a look into a new host we just installed. Okay, that was a long loading time, okay. Also information about this host, and the important part here is again the topology. So this is a host I know because it's one of our development hosts, and if I show you the complete topology of this host, we will see a bigger picture than from the first host, because here is also a big application running. Here is running in Versio managed system. So we see, I will start here on the bottom from the host. We see Docker containers running here. A lot of Docker containers that are running our Versio microservices. And we see maybe right here, we see, for example, a RabbitMQ server, so messaging server. And here are the services, the queues that are provided by this messaging server. And we also see an application here. It's a different application, the dev Versio application. And also right now we have no information about the application itself. If I show the complete picture, we see a second application here. And this one is our IDM mockup application. So we see our application goes about more than one host. And now we want to add the application information, so we can use the application to build a topology just for this application. So to get information about the application frontend itself, we need the one gate. So we have to configure one of our modules here, and in this case we will need our web application frontend module. And yeah, we have to give our configuration a name for today. So I will just say, okay, I want to include our IDM system, or the IDM Versio was its name. It's just a name for you because you will have later some more configurations here. And the only thing I have to configure is what's the application name I want to inventory. So I have to say, okay, this application is accessible via HTTPS and its domain was IDM minus mockup, I think, yeah, .versio.io. So, and yeah, add this one, and I have to say, okay, which of our installed one gates should do the job, because maybe this application is just accessible via one of them. So you have to say, okay, which one should do the job. In our case, this application is accessible in the public internet, so we can use every one of them, and I will just use this one. And we can say, okay, how often should our one gate check for new information about this application. And that we get information in some seconds. We say, okay, start with with at minute 39. So this is the cron schedule and cron format, and we just have to save, and the one gate should get the information in 3 minutes about this application. So then we can use the 3 minutes to go back into our inventory, and we see, oh, we have already 5 hosts here, so you also installed your agents and authorized them, and maybe we can have a look into one of them. So we have our host with a not meaningful host name, I would say. Maybe it's meaningful to your company. And we see, okay, this host is running also on Ubuntu, Linux, and maybe you can have a look into the hardware. Then we see this host should have 4 gigabytes of RAM and uses 2 CPU cores. Yeah, nothing so special here, so maybe we can switch into So maybe we can switch into the other one, the Bundi host. This one is a Windows machine, so we have maybe some other informations here. And yeah, it's a Windows machine with the Windows version. And yeah, for example, we can see here, okay, its IP address in his local network is this one here. So everything is documented here. Okay, so now back to our one importer and one gate, because we also want to say that we want to show you how to debug things and see what the one gate is doing. We configured this one gate, I think, to do the application job. And we can also see it here. This agent has the assigned configuration to do our IDM Versio application frontend inventory. And we have the possibility to look inside the log information of this agent, and everything, these lines are just status information of this agent doing nothing and rating. And here we see, okay, our agent got the information he should do a task on this schedule time, and if it's already 13 minutes 39, we see, okay, he started his job and he has imported one application. So now we should have one more instance in our inventory, and it should be an application. So on the left side in the select area you can see groups that you can use to show different things. So the full stack inventory is everything about the host, containers, files, and processes, and we will see some more groups later if we include more here. So now we have on the application, and the application itself has information about the used SSL or TSL versions, and what shippers are used or allowed here to use, what IP addresses are related to this application, what are the DNS records, and so on. And now we are able to go into the topology, and we already see, okay, this application has relation to 5 different services. And before we have looked into the topology and started with the host, so we saw everything from the host side, and we went we went up and saw everything running on that host. And now we start with the application and want to say, okay, we want to see everything down from the application. So we should see on which host this application is running and what processes are used for this application. So now we see this application runs over 3 different hosts. We started with this one. This is the host we first installed the agent on, and there's running our Nginx entry point of application. But on our dev Versio host, there is a Postgres database used for this application and also an Java process used. And we have a third host here that provides a Node.js process that is also providing an open port that is used for this application. I will save this again. That's our IDM mockup Versio application. So you should also see this in the and I will share the link again. Okay. So, and that's already a good starting point. So we have right now included 3 different hosts and we included our application in here. And now we want to extend this in 3 more ways. So we have these machine here running in Azure, I already said, and we want to include Azure also, so that we can see the information from Azure and this one is the Azure machine, and the both Azure machines comes from our hypervisor, so they are running on our side, and we want to include our hypervisor also, and that is the next step we include here. So we are switching back to our one importer one gate settings, and we will start with our Azure, I would say. So I have to go to our Microsoft Azure configurations, have to say, okay, I give it a name, that's our dev Versio Azure instance, and I have to configure some things. I have to configure 2 things, the tenant ID, and I prepared the tenant ID from our tenant. So you get this from your Azure GUI. And I have saved it here. So our tenant is just a UUID and our should be this. And for authorization, for the most configurations, you have to provide a credential. In this case, Azure needs an application ID and application secret, and that is something you don't configure here, but we have a credential fold where you can enter this configuration, I will show you, and then you have the possibility to use it here. So maybe you have some colleagues that want to include your hyperscaler but have not access to it, then someone could include the credential and some other one could use it without knowing the credential. So again, we have to say which one should execute this, and we could do any one of them because Azure is also accessible via public internet, but we can let us use the one who's already running in Azure, and we say We start with it in 3 minutes again, so 49, and that should import our information from our Microsoft Azure environment. So I also said we want to include our hypervisor. We are using Proxmox in our local data center, so I have to configure the Proxmox importer also, and that's our local office cluster. And at Proxmox I have to say, okay, where is the server accessible? And our cluster is locally, that's where we can access it via our local network here. And also I have to give it a credential so the agent is allowed to gather the information, and I prepared this API token. And again, say which one should do this. And now it's important for me to select our Versio importer, because this one is the only one who is able to communicate with this internal IP address. And I will say, okay, you will start 51 and save it. And to show you where the credentials came from, in the environment settings you have the access management, and there you can invite other users, so every one of you is in the user list, and you have the possibilities to create API tokens for API access of Versio. And here's also the credential board, so I prepared our credentials for Microsoft Azure and Proxmox here, and after putting them in here you can use them in the platform and you're not able to see them again. Okay, so now we can have a look if Microsoft Azure is already there, and we see things. We have just a little small Microsoft Azure environment here up and running for today, so not a lot of things here inside, but we should have a virtual machine. That's the virtual machine our host is running on, and we have some other entities from Microsoft Azure. I'm not the expert here, but people who know Microsoft Azure well should know these resources. So we have resource group for structuring in Azure, we have network interfaces, so public IP addresses and disks that are mounted to the virtual machines. And now we can switch back to our topology, and I will load the application topology again, and we should see that our topology extended because we have the relation that this host we have inventoried is the same virtual machine like this in Azure, and so our topology extended with the information from Microsoft Azure here. And now in a minute we configured that Proxmox should also get inventoried, and then we want to see that the other both hosts are connected to our hypervisor. And we don't have to wait for it, we can use the time to configure the next step to fulfill our complete application topology. And the last thing we want to add is the specific SSL certificate used by our application. So again, we say we go to our configurations and use the SSL certificate importer and say, okay, we give it a name, IDM Versio, and have to give him the domain again. where he could get the SSL certificate from mock IDM mockup.versio.io. Yeah, and that we maybe have some more data. I have a list of some other SSL certificates that we can integrate here. Oh, that did not work. I have to put them in one by one. So I added the domains of our partners that are here today. And again, we say, okay, which one should do this? I think that's not important because every side of this should be accessible. And we say again, do this at 53. And that's it. So back to our inventory. Now we see Proxmox is also inventoried here. In Proxmox we see, okay, we have a cluster instance, we have disks that are assigned by the cluster, we have running one LXC container in this cluster, we have networks, we have nodes that provide this Proxmox cluster, we have users created, and we have 44 virtual machines running in this Proxmox cluster, so standard hypervisor here. And first we can start maybe here from the cluster, and if we go to our topology, we can have a look to the cluster topology. So this cluster is made up by 3 different nodes, and we can say, okay, we want to see a layer more. Then we should see the virtual machines running on which virtual machine is running on which node of this hypervisor. And here we see the dev IDM host. So that's the host we also want to see in our application. And that's what we are doing now. We're switching, or maybe I could save this so you can have a look here also. That's our Proxmox cluster. So then it's saved, and I'm switching back to our application topology, and now our virtual machines running locally here are also connected to the Proxmox topology informations, and we see our application uses a host here that is running in this virtual machine and that runs on this Proxmox node, and both of these Proxmox nodes running in the same cluster, and uses that disks that are mounted to this Proxmox node. Okay, so the last step we are missing here from our target, I think, is the SSL certificate that should come maybe now. It's not here right now, so we can use the time to have a look into the tracking. Maybe we see how the SSL certificate come in here. So in the live change tracking, and now I'm mixing a little bit of point 3 and 4 from our agenda, but I think it's not a problem. We see everything on a timeline. So I configured right now, I want to see the granularity of 1 minute. So what happens every minute in our Versio environment, and some minutes ago we started with importing Azure. That's why we have a lot of information 7 minutes ago. And we see, okay, here 10:52 there were 3 changes. That's the first number here on the left side. 3 changes on 3 instances. So that we are 1 change per instance. And if I scroll down, I see the details of every change that is happening right now. And this view is for the complete environment. That means every change is protocoled here, and that can be a little bit too much. So, and that's why we also configured the topology. So I can say, if I'm switching back maybe to time spans of 15 minutes, or we did not, so maybe 5 minutes, we see, okay, every 5 minutes something happened here in our environment. And I have the possibility to use our application topology, for example, to say, okay, I only want to see the changes that happened and are related to our topology. So a lot of things are hidden now, and I see, okay, the most things are new because we created no changes right now, but we later will see some changes here. So let's control our configuration of SSL certificate. If I have
changed the shadowing time.
Okay, so maybe we were too fast. It's important to give the agent some time to get this configuration, because the server is not communicating with this agent. You may have to set the time to 2 or 3 minutes in the future, so the agent have enough time to ask the server if there are some new jobs he should do. Okay, so we change the time again and we'll wait for our SSL certificates, and in this time we can configure some more, and then we will have enough data, I think, for our today use cases. So we can also configure a port status for our domain here. So again, I will call it like our domain, and it's the same configuration like the SSL certificate. I just have to enter the domain, and I can give it a range or single ports he should measure, but there's a good default set, and I have to say, please do this from this importer, for example, and again give him some minutes. So we say this one can do this in 3 minutes. So then we have also information about the port status, and we can add for today, I think, yeah, we have some colleagues here from the network stack, so maybe we could add an Unipa network device. So we have one in our office, and I will add it here. And to add network devices, I have to also give them a credential. It's also prepared here, our Unipa test device, and give it an IP. And if I'm correct, our network device should have this IP address, and we want, so we have the possibility to say, okay, only include this information. So I can say, okay, information about the environment of the network device I don't want to have, or the firmware I don't want to have, but now we want to have all information in the first step. And this one have to be executed by our local importer here. And we say also he can do this in maybe in some minutes. So also saved. So back to our change tracking. Let's see if we have an SSL certificate. Okay, now we have an SSL certificate. Just one, the other one should also join us here. And also feel free to add your own configurations if you want to add your own SSL certificate of your company or of your competitor. Maybe we have found some security issues you can use and so on. So that's an SSL certificate of our application, and we will have a look into the attributes from the SSL certificate later, because that's a good point and good instance for some policy rules. And now we are switching back to our application topology, and we see, okay, our SSL certificate is now automatically connected to our Nginx service that is providing this entry point, this service. And now we have a topology, I think, like the one on our target slide.
I'm missing the port status, but that will come in some seconds.
Yeah. So to summarize this again, we included 3 different hosts. We included our hypervisor here from our Proxmox stack. We included Microsoft Azure, and we included information about the application and the SSL certificate. And we just had to configure most times just one URL or one IP address where this information can be gathered, and the other part here is complete automated. So we had no configuration to say this host is this virtual machine or this SSL certificate relates to this service. Everything is automated, and this picture is also printed automatically. I had nothing to say, and that's why you see sometimes there could be a better placement of some bubbles, but all in all I think that's a quite good view of an application and helps also to understand the architecture of this application, especially if the application is a bit bigger or uses some more hosts. And to have a second example, we have our we already saw on our or I not saved it, on our dev Versio host a big topology about an Versio managed application, and this application is not accessible via the internet. That's why I have to add the application by hand. I have to do it manually, so that I can do in our inventory view, and here I have the button to add an instance. So Matthias said some months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, we started to allow adding some instances by hand, and the application entity is one of them. And here I have just to give it ID, that has to be the same like the system used to show this, and it was dev Versio -io, and give it a name, so I can give it the domain name, and that's it. Then I can save this instance, and this application has no information about the SSL versions and other things, but it should automatically be connected to all the services again, and we can switch back to our topology and say, okay, give me the complete topology for this application, and that should be a bit bigger, and we see, okay, it's only running on one host, but it uses a lot of Docker container and processes here, and we have a second example of an application using a database with different databases here, using a messaging system, and so on. I will save this, and that's our Versio managed application, and save this so you can also have a look. And you can also save your own topologies. You don't have to you not have to use the host or the application. You can start from every instance, and you could say, okay, I just want to see, maybe I go into this process here, it's any process here, and switching back to the topology, and maybe I just want to know where is this process running on which Proxmox node. Then I can say, okay, just give me the information under my process so I can see this, and I can start from every instance, and I always can configure what I want to see. So I can say, okay, I just want to see down, but I also can say, okay, I want to see 2 steps upper my starting point, then I should see the application again, but scoped to this starting point process. So not the complete picture like before, just for this process I have a specific topology here. And I can save this. This is a process topology.
Fabian, I have a challenge to you. Can you give us a topology about all SSL, about the SSL chain?
So, in our inventory, we included the SSL certificates, and now we see some more. So we also included the SSL certificate of Omnilogy and Telonic and Telecom, and our own from our DAS and from our documentation. And you see also some other SSL certificates. That's why, that's because if we include an SSL certificate, that's the one that is used in our application, you can see that there's another SSL certificate connected to our SSL certificate. So if I'm going to the topology again, I can say, okay, yeah, this SSL certificate is connected to our service and I don't want to see it now. I just want to see, it's also connected now, but it's not bad. Yeah, but I want to see what's over my SSL certificate, and we see this SSL certificate is connected to this, and this one is connected to this, and that's the SSL certificate chain that is used to create our specific SSL certificate. And if we configure one SSL certificate, we automatically detect the complete chain and import all of them. And because we have now some more SSL certificates, we can have a look into the topologies of all SSL certificates together. So I can switch the topology type from a vertical instance topology to a horizontal entity topology. This allows me to select not a single instance to build up my topology. Now I can select the complete entity, and I want to select the SSL certificate, and now I see all SSL certificates, and we see, for example, the Telecom SSL certificates uses some uses another intermediate certificate than all of the others. So first I will save this. That is our SSL chain topology. Okay, And again, we see that some of our SSL certificates from Versio, but also the SSL certificate from Telonic and Omnilogy uses the Let's Encrypt intermediate certificate, and we are using the same root certificate to create our certificates. And that's important because maybe your SSL certificate is valid, but maybe not one of the in the chain. And that will be something we will check later with our policies.
Let's see where we stand. Your challenge was executed very well. We show in this section that we are able very easily to import things from your IT landscape in a full stack mode. Yeah, that means all aspects of an infrastructure, an application, and surrounding things will be inventoried. And now we have good enough data for all other coming sections behind this one. Okay, I hope everyone is back in our web session. And we have a question from Tomasz, how we can create and connect application, and I believe it's a good point to start with it, Fabian.
Yep.
And the next section is browse the asset and configuration item and changes that we introduce in section 3 a little bit, and that's why a good starting point, and then let finish us the browsing session. Okay.
So back to our application, and I will start with our application topology. And the question was, how is...
Let's reshare
Okay,
let's reshare the monitor.
I stopped sharing and start sharing again because someone said it's not visible.
Unser Letztperson.
Ah, ja.
Ganz schnell. Okay.
So I will do it again because I missed that you can see me also. Okay, now it should be visible again for all. So I start again on our topology from our application we inventoried some minutes ago, and we also see one thing added, that was the port status we also configured. The question was, how is the relation made from the application to the different services? And that's an important question. We always rate for these questions because that's a thing that we cannot do completely automated, because that's an information we cannot gather from the system itself. It will not say us which services belong to this application, and therefore you have two possibilities to do this. You can, the first one, and it's a more automated possibility, is to use environment variables while starting processes, or you can put this on the complete host. So I can have a look into this process, for example, here from our Node.js process, and in the informations of the process we will also see the environment variables this process is started with. And one of them is our Versio application ID. So we started this process with the information you belongs to this information, to this application. And yeah, that could also be a list if there are more applications or there's a specific pattern that is documented in our documentation. And that creates the connection between all services this process provides with the application. And that also means that you can connect processes with an application, because if you have a process, maybe I don't know, a nightly batch job that has no ports or no services, you can also connect it because in your scope it belongs to an application. The second possibility is if we, some minutes ago, we configured the dev Versio.io application manually, and we also able to edit this instance here. And there's also the manual way where we can say, okay, this application has a relation to, I don't know, for example, I think we have a MariaDB process, shouldn't we? So if you know the service names, you can also do this by hand. So that's the two possibilities. We prefer the usage of environment variables because that will, you configure this one time and then it will work automatically. And but you have always the possibility to do this manual. This should answer your question, I think. Okay, so back to our topology. The other relations are all done automatically without any configuration. The application one is the only one we need some help of you because it's an information only you have. Okay, we already saw some instances and had a look in some instances, and now I want to go back to our change tracking. So maybe we can see that there's a change. Okay, we see we have a container that changed some minutes ago, and then we can have a look here. So this container is running on one of our hosts, and we have an information that changed here. There's an ID that changed, and now we have the timeline here, because there was a detection and the container said I gave him this ID, and a minute ago the Docker engine said, okay, you no longer have this ID. So he created this ID, and a minute later he said, okay, you don't need this ID again or anymore. And that was automatically documented here, and you see we only see the changes that happened in at this timestamp, but I have also the possibility to see the complete state of this container at this timestamp. So if some more changed, that would be a bit more interesting. We can go back to our tracking. Maybe we have another example.
What are the colors?
The colors. We have different colors here, you see, and maybe that's good to understand. the blue color means here is something inside that has changed. The green color means that that's an information that was added to this instance. So that's why everything at the beginning is green, everything was created, and red means this information is no longer part of this instance, so it was deleted. Yeah. So let's go back to our tracking and see if we have another example. Otherwise, we will create some later. So everything is new. Okay.
Can you explain this view or filter it?
Okay, so we already used this view, but again, we can explain it. We have here, I clear the filter reset. We see every change happening here from now for the last 11 time spans. So we said we want to see the last 11 5 minutes time frames, and we can say, okay, we want to see it on a much lower level for a minute, or we can also say for 15 minutes, and then we see what happens at red. Yeah, what happens when. And we have the possibility to use our topologies to filter this information, and we also can use entity groups. So that are the groups we saw in the inventory view. So Microsoft Azure combines every entity that is for Microsoft Azure. So if I click this one, I only can see the entities from Microsoft Azure, and I can add maybe the endpoint inventory. Then we have also information about SSL certificate, applications, and port scans. And so you have the possibility to always filter this view. Not only entity groups, you can also say a specific entity like SSL certificate, then it's just one entity, but every instance of this entity, and we can use our topologies. So we created 6 different topologies, and we can say, okay, I only want to see the things that are related to our application we have created. So now we have just the information about the processes and the 3 hosts. If you remember, there were 3 hosts in our topology. Only information about the 3 hosts are now inside this view. And under this view, we always have the detailed information. So every change that happened here in this time frame we are looking in the top is also in this table, gives us a little description here what changed. The most things are new, that's why a lot changed. And I can use here these table to go into every instance, and I also can click on these tiles. So if I say, okay, I want to filter it on the container level, I can click on the container and the filter is automatically changed to the container filter. And then I can say, okay, I'm interested in this change, and can go right into our instance viewer here. So now we can have a look here on the top right again, because we have now some different information. This instance has now 3 changes. It was created 72 minutes ago. The last change was half an hour ago, and the last update was 3 minutes ago. And that's an important timestamp, because that last update timestamp is the information on what timestamp the one importer checked the last time that the actual state is the same. So the last change was 33 minutes ago, and 3 minutes ago we got the information that nothing has changed until now, until 3 minutes ago. So we know exactly that this actual state of this container is the same like 33 minutes ago, and it's right now the same. And we have here a little bar that's like a QR code, no, like a barcode. If you have some more changes, you will see the changes here, and you can see here two little lines. So this gives you a little bit overview about the lifetime of this instance, because it's only 72 minutes old, and the last change were 33 minutes ago. It's nearly the half, and until now there were no other changes. Okay, yeah, we see here information about the used product. So in this case, it's a container using the Docker agent, and the container uses a different operating system than the guest operating uses the guest operating system, and that's a Debian. But the host where the container is running was an Ubuntu machine. So that's important. We gather the information about the guest operating system inside the container, and also which containerd version is used by the Docker engine to provide this container. Right now we have no violations. That's the main topic for today, and we will see them later. Also, we have no planned changes, but here's a possibility that you can say, okay, I want a change to happen in maybe tomorrow or maybe in an hour, and say, okay, this container should be restarted, or the version of the Debian inside should be updated. Then I can configure it as a planned change. The topology view we also used a lot, I think. The special here is I only see the direct neighbors of the instance I'm looking at. That means I only see one level above and one level under the, in this case, container I'm looking at. And I'm getting a list of topologies where this instance is part of. And we use a lot of times this button, because from here you can jump right into the topology and have the same view like here, but then you can extend the configuration to see more. Okay. The next one is protection requirement. Right now there is no specific protection requirement on this instance, and that's also a topic for later, because we have an agenda point for this later. So I'm ignoring this right now. And the last one is some meta information about the entity and instance. So you can see here the size of the saved data for this instance and how many attributes are saved for this instance. And you have a QR code that is the deep link of this site. So we have a customer that uses these QR codes, prints them out, and puts them on their physical machines to use their smartphone, scan the QR code, and then they get the information on the smartphone to come fast to every instance site.
Fabian, it's a good point to show a network device.
Yeah. So we also included the Unipa, our Unipa network device. It should be a switch, and here we have it. It's one network device, and we have some different entities from this network device providing information about configuration and firmware and hardware. So it's splitted, but the interesting part is here, because the network device is not a virtual machine, it's a physical device, and it's some meters behind us. We can provide also a picture of this physical device. That's I think it's a cool feature to make it more I don't know, to have it, it's like touching the device a bit more. And if we have the information about the physical device, then we always try to give a picture of this device. So in this network device, we have information about the serial number, the MAC address, and the IP address. What type is this? In this case, it's a Juniper switch, and information about the operating system. It's running in Juniper Junos OS, and the device information. And that's where the information comes from for this image. We know it's an Juniper EX 2300 whatever device, and we are able to give you an information here about how this device looks like. Oh. Yeah, so also here are the other informations available, but if you have a picture, that's the first one. Also here we have information about the used product, the device itself, and the used operating system. Also no violations here, no plan changes here, topology informations here. The switch is just for our development use cases, and it's right now not connected to any host. But that could also be visible here if we connect it to one of our laptops via cable. Then we could also see a connection to the host. Right now we only see a connection to our Fritzbox router inside our office, but we have not the Fritzbox inventory here. Protection requirement is the same. We have nothing configured here. That's why we are using the default and have the meta information. And this QR code, for example, we have printed out and put it on our switch. Okay. Another example we want to show here is we saw a lot in the topology, and I go back to our topology view, and we saw here our application topology, and that's a good example because I think it's not too big and not too small for a good example, but sometimes you have, or mostly you have, applications that are a bit more complicated and the picture will get a lot bigger, and then you have the chance to also configure the topology from the part you are viewing here, but also if you want to to expand the configuration for topology to hide different things. So until now we used the depth of the topology for upper level and lower level, and we also have the possibility to exclude different things here. So maybe we say, okay, we want to see the application, but only want to see on which host these applications are running, and we don't care about the complete process and container and service structure here. Then we can use this little edit button here and have the possibility for every entity here to say how should it be included or excluded. So we have the topology here on the right side, and we can start maybe with the container and can say, okay, containers I would like to hide. I can say apply, and the topology now, I will close this for a short time. Now we don't see any containers anymore, but we see the connections. So now the containers are hidden, but the relations are forwarded to the next instances. And I can use this to also exclude the processes, for example, and services. Just have to find them in the list. Here the processes and also the services. Apply this configuration, close this so we can view a bit more, and then we see, okay, this application runs on this host, and maybe I will hide some more. SSL certificate is not important right now. Port scan is not important right now. And the file configuration is also not important right now. So apply this, and then we see, okay, this application is connected to this rehost, and I could also hide the things on the bottom here, but that helps me
Go down with the depth, and then you will see not so much information.
So I could see it say, okay, I will lower the depth to the bottom side to maybe 5 and see what happens. Oh, that was a bit too much. Oh no, that's okay. I see this application runs on this 3 hosts. So if I have a complex landscape of an application, I can give you this information of what hosts are involved in this application in a really short time, and I also can provide a picture here. So I can also save this. Now it's important because I used the save configuration from the bottom side. Versio.io says, okay, I can update the save configuration, or because I want to save a new one, I have to close the open configuration. Everything is saved, and now I can say, okay, that's my IDM host related host topology, and can save a new one. A little new feature is that you can also download this topology image as an PNG image, so you can print it, or you can send it somewhere else, or can do whatever you want. So there's a button here for this. If you click it, it should start a download, and then you have a PNG image in your download folder. Another important part is the time machine. The time machine is everywhere in our inventory, because we historize the data, and if we have data for some days, some weeks, some months, some years, we can say we want to see the topology not from today or from now. We want to see it from last week or last year. So right now we have no changes, so it should look like everywhere the same. And you see we only started from today, but just an hour ago. And it looks the same. It's not the same, because 1 hour ago we have no information about the Azure virtual machine, but if I'm switching back to now, we have already information about the Azure virtual machine. And if you have information for a long time, then it would be maybe there were sometimes 4 hosts part of this application, sometimes 5, and maybe it reduced back to 3 or something like this. Okay, any questions here? Okay. So the last part of our asset and configuration inventory in our menu is the reporting, and the reporting helps us to get an overview about multiple instances of the same entity. So if I want to say I don't want to go into every host and check how big is their RAM or what operating system is installed, I can use the reporting here to say, okay, I want to get information about the host, and then I have attributes I can use to build up an pivot table. So for example, I can say, okay, I want to see what operating system I'm using here. I'm using 4 times Ubuntu and 1 time Windows operating system, and I can extend this report here with multiple attributes. Can say, okay, split it up by the version in use, and I can build up a table, and this will not replace your complete reporting tool like Power BI, but you have a chance to do some reports in a really short time and give you information in a structured way here. So for example, we can say, okay, we want to have an sizing overview of all our hosts. Let's say we want to see what memory is used. Or we have one host, we could not detect the memory, okay. But the other 4, we have one with just 1 gigabyte, one with a little bit more than 4, one with 6, and one with 32 gigabytes of RAM. And maybe we can also see the cores. And here we can say we will also want to see the name of this host. So we were not able to detect this on the Windows side, I think. But we detected the other ones, and we can here also save this like in the topology view. So we can say save report, we give it a name, that's our host sizing, save it, and it's also in the bottom here in the table, and I can also share the link with you. Then you can open the same report, you can change the configuration, you can add more attributes, you can play a little bit with it, and you can also save the report. And the important part here is there's a default set of attributes you can use here. So because these informations are stored in the host in a structured way, we have to add every information here into our report system, and we have default set configured for nearly every entity. But if you are missing an attribute, you can talk to us, or you also can configure it by yourself. If you go on the top right on the context menu, you have the possibility to export this table to a CSV and work with another tool with it, or you can configure the attributes for the host, and that are the default for the host, and you have the possibility to say, okay, I want to add an attribute, and we are using the JSON path here. That's something we explain in the next part. That's why I'm just using the helper here. Then I will get an example of a host, and maybe then I have to look for the information I want to include. So maybe we will, let's include the serial number of this host, and I can click on the attribute, and then it's automatically selected. I can select apply and save it. And if I go back to our reporting, I can load our save report, and now I have the attribute about the serial number also. So So we're missing some serial number here, but I don't know right now if that's the, I think I selected the wrong one. I would like to select the UUID, but it's not a problem. So now we can use this attribute here to build up our report. And we can make another example. Maybe we use the SSL certificate, because we have 12 SSL certificates inside here. And for example, an important information here is how long is this SSL certificate valid. So I have an overview, which is the next one who will be unvalid. And maybe it helps me if I give it the name in front of, so I can see our SSL certificates. And now you see, I also explained we import the complete SSL certificate chain. And we have an attribute called type that explains us what kind of type this SSL certificate is. So the endpoint certificate are the ones that you are using and we are using for our applications, and the intermediate certificate and root certificates are the parents of the endpoint certificates. And maybe I'm just interested in the endpoint certificates, so I can use this attribute here to, oh no, that's the wrong, with type, and say, okay, I want to see every 3, or I don't want to see the intermediate certificates, and I don't want to see the root certificates. So I can filter this also, and then I have a table just with my endpoint certificates. I can also save this here, say that's my endpoint certificates. Yeah. I also can use a timeline here. That means, let's see if there's changing something. No, because we imported them all at the same time. That means maybe the information itself can switch, and also the amount of things inside the report. Also, I have the possibility to use our topology again here to say, okay, I want this report, but only I'm interested in our IDM mockup topology. Yeah, we have only one SSL certificate in this topology, and yeah, we can use the topology again to filter our view to say, okay, I'm only responsible for this application, and that's the important part I need. Okay, anything missing here?
I don't know. No,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, then I would say we would now start with our main topic for today, and we will start with a short theoretically part, and after some slides we start with the practice part again.
Perfect. Thank you, Fabian, for the introduction of how we can browse assets and configuration item and change them in Versio. You see that it's very easy to inventory things from the complete IT landscape, and in the last section we show you how you can have access to this information in Versio in an easy way. And that's it for the asset and configuration inventory. We have gold nugget data, we have a digital twin built up, and now we can go to the first solution where we can work on this data. The first solution that we want to talk with you today is the IT governance solution. And it means we can define policies or rules that can verify the state of everything that we has inventoried in the past. The first thing is to understand what is a policy. Yeah. And here I give you some examples what a policy is. And I believe every one of you know a lot of policies for example, internal work instructions. Yeah. A user may not have authorization A and B at the same time. Yeah? It's a high security requirement very often in the identity management field. Yeah? Or the next one, I believe it's common rule in each company. The host name must follow the convention ABC. Yeah? In most cases, you have your own convention how a host name look like. Yeah? In Versio context, we start every time with a suffix prod or dev or test or something like that, so that everyone on the team can explain what or can realize what is a target of this host, for example. Yeah, security is a big issue we talk about, and for example, here you can have a rule that the engines or all engines instances must always be operated in the latest patch of the release version. Yeah? That's a policy. Yeah? And a policy, you can define it in your team, for yourself, in your organization, or there are regulatories that comes from the government. The government said an SSL certificate, it's only secure if you use it with a specific characteristic. For example, the bit length of RSA certificate. Another rule, security rule, can be that a root user are not allowed to connect directly to the host via SSH. The enterprise architect has guidelines and he can set the use of the product ABC, for example, don't know, Tomcat, is not permitted here in this company. Yeah. That means he can control the technology stack in your IT landscape. Or it can be a rule that a specific product must be operated in a container. Why ever? Yeah? It's only an example what kind of policies you can define. And last but not least, we often use it for status monitoring. Yeah? For example, the nightly batch job must be completed successfully. Yeah? We have nightly batch jobs in our backend systems, and we get an alerting based on a policy that have a control over our batch jobs. Yeah? Because we use the batch job process capability of Versio, so that we have all information available if the batch job is running in a correct way and in a correct time period. Yeah. Or another thing that we see very often in a data center, that you can have a policy to get an overview about the warranty state of the server. Yeah? How much of the server the warranty are expired. And there are a lot of policies, and every day if we work in our environment and we have a problem, then we discuss with Fabian and our colleagues how we can catch or detect this problem with Versio policies. Yeah. That's really nice. Yeah. 3 weeks ago, a colleague should update SSL certificates, and he did it, and it works. But the characteristic was not correct because we have some policies, how internal policies, how a SSL certificate should look like. Yeah. And alerting comes up from Versio, and we can remember our colleague that we have internal policies for SSL certificates. That means if you work in a team, that's every time a great idea to build up a knowledge base of rules inside Versio. And that is what an auditor like if he make an audit in your company. Yeah. Then you can say here, that are our rules, our policies, and our work based on these policies. And in the other hand, you can automate the policies. That means the verification if the policy failed or it's valid, you can automate it with Versio. That means every change in Versio will verified by Versio. All policies will verified for this change, and that is one of, from my perspective, one of the powerful feature in Versio. Yeah? Because if we talk about NIS2, if we talk about BITE, if we would talk about every regulations, then you can take this information and bring this to policies, and you can automate it. Here we see some more ideas how security measures you can set up in Versio. We see here on the left side security configurations. That means if you know the CIS benchmarks, it's an organization that defined for each technologies hardening information, security information. That means what is the best practice, how I should operate a Kubernetes or Ubuntu or don't know, MariaDB. Yeah? For every product they have a documentation, what is the best practice to do that. And this best practices you can define in kind of policies in Versio. You can set up government regulatories. You can bring in manufacturer specification. For example, the network device, the Uniper network device that we saw minutes ago, the vendor has a recommendation which operating system version you should use on which model. Yeah? That means there is no strategy to say the operating system should be every time the latest version. Yeah? The recommendation of the manufacturer, you can execute it in a policy. Yeah? It's very easy, and it's a fantastic way to manage and to control volume size of network devices in the right way, and so on and so on. And that we can do for identity management, that we can do for software and hardware. We will see that later. And we can see that, for example, network communication too. That means we have the possibility to inventory network communication. That means which host is communicate with one other. And we can say, okay, that's not allowed, that this host is communicating to the internet or is communicating to another application in the internal network or something like that. A lot of ideas what kind of policies we can automate in Versio. Policies we can group in a policy group. For example, we use policy groups for our internal governance rules, or for our nightly batch jobs, or for development policies and something like that. You can group a lot of policies in a domain. Yeah? If a policy will detect this, that the instance failed from the defined rule, then we can create a violation. Yeah? And this violation every time fire a created or opened event. That means in the starting time of the violation, you get every time an event, and if you configure the policy in a specific way, then you can get an event for the closing the violation too. Yeah? That means it's a very cool feature. You have policies, you see the violation, and you can see that the violations are closing automatically if Versio inventory that someone changed the configuration in the right way back. Yeah? It's a fantastic thing. You don't have to put things manually. You don't have to fix the problem, and Versio will document it and will close all violations that are related to this problem. And if you have events, then you have the possibility to bring this to an alert. An alert means every time integration to the outside world. For example, you can send your event information via mail, via chat. You can create an incident. You can close an incident. You can let's blink a light that we use here in our office to see or to see that we have some problems, specific problems in our environment, and we have a blinking lamp here in our office. Or you can use our webhook to push this information to any third-party systems that has an integration API. Okay, welcome back everyone to our Masterclass training here today. We are ready with motivation, with set up our environment with the inventory of assets and configuration. Fabian explained us how we can browse the assets and configuration, including reporting and topologies. And now we start with the section IT governance policies. And before, it's a good time to say, let's make first FAQ session. Are there any questions that we can give you an answer now? It's everything clear, the difference between one importer and one gate, the installation process, it's clear how...
One question, you added switches and you cannot install one importer on a switch. Mm-hmm. So how do you get information out of a switch?
Mm-hmm. We configured one switch in our demo environment here, and the access to the switch is via SSH. So you provide a username and SSH access to the configuration, and we are using SSH to go to the network device and gather the information.
Yeah, and who is doing the SSH access? Is he doing by one importer, or which instance is making?
Yeah, it's done by the one gate because it's like like the third-party system, and you have to install the one gate anywhere where the one gate is able to access the network device location.
Okay, I got it. And then it logs in via SSH and running some scripts on the on the device together with the
Commands,
switch.
commands,
Yeah,
not
so
scripts, commands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. And you will
But
find.
it's like a script. The script is doing the
Yeah.
commands. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I got it.
and in our manual, you found documentation how you can create a user with the right access rights on the Uniper. So this inventory user has only read access for security reason, and it's very easy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? Yeah, I will. I like to motivate you to try out our topology and topology configurations because topologies are very important in Versio.io because we use it as a filter. I will give you an example. If we look for all full stack data, then we can see here a lot of data. It's a big amount of data that we have to view here, and I have the possibility to go to the topologies, and I can say show me only the topologies that includes these instances. And you can see it's a mix, yeah, of things from the full stack, from the one importer full stack inventory. You can see Azure things because everything what we can see here is a part of the topology. And that's every time helpful to filtering the mass of the data. Yeah, I can give you an insight in our production environment. And here we can see that we handle 22,000 instances in our small world of Versio.io internally, and we managed 126,000 changes and 27,000 relations. That's a mass of data, and it's every time important for an inventory that you have very good filter opportunities. Yeah? And topology is a powerful filtering options. Other questions? Okay, then let's continue. We finished the part here with the asset and configuration inventory and the tracking from the change management. Change request will be a topic for a next masterpiece, and we will continue with this part in our application, with this solution, governance, risk, and compliance. Fabian, that's your turn.
So maybe it's good to start with the dashboard because it's the first time we are seeing some data in the dashboard, because in the start we started with an empty dashboard and we included right now nearly 400 instances, and we see, okay, we have some more changes. So some changes have been documented already, and we have 406 relations here. And we have in the middle a little statistic how many changes come into the system per day. So only today there were changes. And the right part is our risk matrix, and that's something we're gonna fill now with our policy rules. To create policies, the first important part is that you know what you want to check. So I can give you an example. I will use our topologies. It's often quite simple to use a topology to find the instance you're looking for. So we have our IDM mockup application topology, and I know, because I started the application, that this container here is configured in a not so good way, because the container has a flag that is true to look inside the container. A lot of information, but I have also the possibility to search in the in all the attributes, and that is under host config. So if you run a container, you would like to run the most containers in something like a sandbox. So the container has no access to the outside host where it's running on. But you have the possibility to say a container is privileged, and this allows the processes inside the container to also use things from outside of the container. And that's a configuration that is done very specific to containers that really need something like this. And in this case, we don't want that container to be privileged because we don't need any access to the underlying host. And therefore, it's a security issue here that this container is able to break out of his container. And so maybe the first very simple rule is to check that all our running containers are not privileged. So now we want to check that this attribute is false at every container in our environment here. First, very simple example. Maybe I can copy this, duplicate this tab, then we can leave this open if we want to come back here and restart with our governance, risk and compliance. We also have a dashboard here, and that should be quite empty because we have nothing inside, and we start to fill it now by creating policy groups and policies. So inside the environment settings, we have the solution configuration in the bottom, governance, risk and compliance, and so we are quite slowly in our office today too. Okay, so nothing inside here. We have only the option to create a new policy group. So everyone can create its own policy group. Maybe follow me for the first one, and then we will also have some tasks for you so you can create your own. And the first one we will do together. So I will create a policy group. Policy group is only a structure for multiple policies, so I can give it a name. So I will name it now Fabian Masterclass, so I can find it later, and just save it with this name. I have the possibility to say, okay, this policy group is active or deactivated right now. I also have the possibility to say the policies inside here are only necessary to control in a specific time range. And I have the possibility to document some things here for why I have created this, or whatever I can do that my other colleagues maybe can understand what I'm doing with this policy group. So after creation of policy group, the first thing you have to do is to add a data set. A data set is always a collection of instances where you want to check your policies on. That means in Versio there's a lot of data, and again we must now say the system what we want to check and where we want to check it. So the data set is a where. So maybe we should cut the internet connection for our other colleagues today. Okay, so we start by adding a data set. While adding a data set, we can give this a name again. So this will my data set, and I want to select what I want to, what kind of data I want to check. So in this case, I want to check all containers. So I can name this all containers. And then I have to select containers. And then I can select, okay, I want the containers. I also get a preview here on the right side of what instances are all selected. I can extend the filters, so I can always build smaller groups of data I want to check. We will show this later. But for this example, we want to check all containers. That's it. We just said we want to check all containers, and then we can save this. Okay. So if we created our first data set, you can have as many data sets as you want. We are allowed to create policies. So, and we needed the policy, the data set, because every policy is related to a data set. Because right now we say, okay, add a new policy for the data set, all containers we just created, and now we can say add policy. And here we have to configure what we want to check. So we give it a name. We wanted to check container is privileged. So we want to check this, that no container is privileged. We have also the possibility to activate, deactivate single policies. We can add a description here for maybe describe in some words what this rule or policy should do. We can give the policy a classification, so that's in text you can enter here for grouping policies from different data sets and policy groups together. So maybe this is a manner of the purity here, and you can give this policy severity. That means if this policy finds an instance that violates against the policy, is it an info problem, a low problem, a medium problem, a high, or a critical problem? So in this case, I would say it's a high problem, and that's it. So the next part is to say when should be events triggered if something violates against the policy. So the default is start and end of the violation, and it's useful for 99% of every policy. That means that there's not every time an event if the policy is checked, there's just an event if there's a problem that opens because the system now detects a problem, and there will be an event when the violation closes, so after we fix the problem. The other option is anytime, that means every time the system checks the policy, you always get an event saying there's a problem, and maybe the next day you also get an event there's the problem anyway. Okay. So then comes the most important part, the rule itself. And we have some logical rule builder inside here, where you can build logical trees of and or conditions. So you can use multiple conditions here. For example, the default one, if you create a new one, says, okay, the display name starts with check me. And you can add more conditions here by by clicking this C button. And you can delete conditions using the delete button. We only need one condition here because we said we only want to check that the container is not privileged. So the important part here is that the rule in the default array describes the negative state. So if we configure here that privileged is true, that will be the negative state. And if we want to check that negative is false or any other thing, we have the possibility to negate the rule, or we have to build our rule in the opposite way. But now it's easy. We start by saying we just want to check privileged is true. So I clicked the edit button of this condition because we don't want to check the display name, and we see we are using the JSON path here. I think JSON path comes later.
We have a good part in the documentation that we can show to explain what a JSON path is.
Okay, then maybe here a short explanation. We use JSON path. It's like XPath if someone is familiar with XPath, but we are using JSON documents. That's why we are choosing JSON path, and it helps to select the attributes you want to check. So in this case, the $sign is the root. Then we select the state. I show you in a second why, and now it's selected the display name. So, and we have, every time you can select a JSON path, we have this little helper here that opens a little window, and you see on the left side an example of the data you want to check. So this is an example of some random container here. And you not only have the informations about the actual state of this container, so the actual state informations are stored under state here, and we give you some meta informations too, so you can build up rules on informations about the last change time and other things if you want to include these informations in your policies. But we want to check the privileged, and the privileged is inside the state of the container, and that I can use the search here true. That helps me to find this attribute again. There it is, privileged, and I can click on it, and you see in the top automatically the JSON path is set for you. You can do this manually, or you can do this by clicking on the attribute you want to check. And on the right side, you see an example result. So in this case, in this specific container, the value is false we selected here. And I can maybe delete one of the paths here. So now we see I changed the path, and my result would be a lot of more, because anyway here is the privileged inside inside this structured data, but I only want the privileged information. So we select a false, and we know they can also be true. So that's what I want to check, the privileged attribute of every container. And then we have operators that say, okay, what we want to check with this attribute. And in this case, we want to check if it's equal true. So we say equal, and I have to switch my body maybe to the left side, and maybe I can make it a bit smaller so you see everything. And then I get also the help that I can only select true or false. So we want to check if this value is true. That's it. So I will save this. Again, we have a logical condition and here. We always have to start with a logical condition, but we only have one condition, so it's not important if this is an AND or an OR. And we check if privileged is true. So now
one recommendation from my side, the name and the description of the rule are very important, because if it's happened that we found a violation, then we take over the name and the description. And if a colleague of yours sees this violation, then it's every time good if it's explainable for him what is the problem. That's why the quality of the name and the description is very important to work in a team.
And the description, you also have the possibility to use Markdown to create some more structured documentation and use something like these dots or headlines or something like this. Okay, now we have created our first policy. Right now, nothing happened.
Show the result.
I can use the button here to jump right into the dashboard of our governance compliance, and we see Marco and Malte also created a policy group. And we see no violation, nothing that says, oh, we have a container with a privileged state of true. And that's why all policies are checked if a change happened. So now there is no change happening on the container where we know that privileged is true. That's why I can go back to my policy and I can say, I want you to reprocess these informations. I want you to check it now. I have to click the button. That's always good to use after you change the policy or after you created it. So I click the button. The system says, okay, I do this. This may take a second or a minute. Let's see. We are jumping back to the violations and see, okay, now it's there. It needed a second. And now, as we saw, we have one container that is violating against our policy. Container is privileged. And maybe we start on the top. So we have a list of all policy groups, and you see the one here is in a blue frame. That's why I already filtered on this policy group. I can remove the filter because Malte also added a policy. I think he added the same. That's cool. So we have two violations. So I filter back on my policy group. I see the risk matrix of our open violation. That means because of the severity we set, our problem is in this area of the risk matrix. And on the right side, I have a timeline again that shows me every problem that goes up and also which have been closed. So right now we have only one that has been opened today. I have some meta information about the policy group. So I see the policy group is active. It only has one data set. It only has one rule. There were 60 verifications done by Versio, and we have one verification result and one open right now. So now let's have a look into our violation here. We see in the table the name again, the classification we have configured. We see the severity here and we see the creation time. So this was like 10 minutes ago, and we see it's still active. That means we have not fixed this problem right now. And we see the instance that is violating against this policy. And in the end, we see some little icons that are the events that were fired, and we will handle them later. I can open up this violation to see the details. Yeah. On the right side, I have the rule description again. So if I had entered something useful here, I maybe could use it to understand the rule logical tree. And what I see now here is the policy tree redefined with the inserted values that were checked at this specific instance. That means we see here again in the little one which attribute we checked, and yeah, the value was true, and we checked if the value is true. That's why this container is a problem here. Any questions here? Okay, so this is, I think, the most simplest example, but it's a good example because that's also a rule in our environment, because we don't want to run privileged containers. Now I prepared the update of this container so we can close this violation. So therefore I would say we go to our change tracking, then we can show this also live. And I will set it to 1 minute. And now I need my SSH session again. And it's running here, I think. And I prepared it under test. So if everything is configured, I should only do docker compose up -d. So that should restart my container. And I already changed the configuration before our session. And now we should wait maybe a minute that Versio detect this change. So the containers are starting right now. And we hope that I changed this configuration attribute. I would say we wait here, then we can see in the change tracking that it's a live timeline that switches automatically the right side to the left. And if I pick 1 minute, yeah, then every minute we see the new time frame. Anything to add?
No.
Okay, then we will just wait some seconds. That is. Okay, so we saw we could stand on this page. We see it's a live view. We are already in the next minute. And we saw there was one change in one process and one change in the Docker container. Let's have a look here. We are starting with the Docker container. And there are more things that have changed than only the privileged attribute. Okay, so we see, the PID of the container changed, I think that's clear because it's a completely new container. It's got a new process ID. The command line changed because the container ID is part of the command line. The start time changed because it was new started, and we see some container details changed. That are some status information that always changes if you create a new container. And somewhere here we see the privileged attribute changed to false. And if I hover this with my mouse, I'm not sure if Teams shows this, but if I'm over the value false with my mouse, I can see the previous value was true. And that's the attribute we checked. So back to our governance, risk, and compliance. Oh no, not this one. This one. We see no violations are open anymore. That's because the system already checked the policy again against this container, and it detected that this violation, what was open today, was also closed today. I can see nothing because the default filter is that we only see open violations that are active right now, and I can dismiss this filter. I can again filter on my policy group and see the violation again. Now I have an end time of this violation, so it's documented that this problem has existed from 2, and I can also view the details and have again the things rises violates against rule, but right now it's not anymore violating against this rule. And I have a second event now. That's why we configured we want an event at starting time and the end time. And that events are important to communicate that things to the outside world that we are doing later today, I think. Yeah. Okay, that was a simple rule.
Can we talk about the events that we see there?
Yeah, we can now talk about the event. Okay, so the event, every solution in Versio can fire events, and I can also click on this. And the event is just an information about something happened and where it happened, and it's the combining element with the alerting. So we also see here the verification model Fabian Masterclass, and the data set all containers, and the policy container is privileged has found something. We have the verification result here also in the details in a text-based way, so we can include this in chat messages or emails. We have the information which instance is affected and at what time. And this event we could use to write this information into our Teams chat, and we will do this later. Okay, back to our violations. No, we have no more violations in here, but we can do another example together, maybe a bit more complicated. Okay, so we have in our inventory SSL certificates. I will open one. There. I will use our IDM mockup. Oh, maybe that's a bad example. I need another one because we want to see something bad. Let's try with this one. Yeah. So this SSL certificate has a type of RSA. And if you use RSA certificates, you always want to use a strong bit length that was used to create your SSL certificate. This specific SSL certificate uses 2048 bits, and there's some rule from the
German security organization.
from some governances in Germany that says if you're using RSA keys, you have to use at least 3000 bits. So now we want to create a rule that checks if we are using RSA keys, because the other one I selected first was not an RSA key. So we only want that RSA keys have a higher bit number than 3000. So again, we go into our environment settings, governance risk compliance settings, and I can add it here in my, I can extend my already created data set, my already created data policy group, and I need a new data set because now I don't want to check containers. I want to check SSL certificates. So I give it a name, my SSL certificates. Yeah, and now you see in the preview again, we are selecting every SSL certificate in our environment. And maybe we don't want to do this. Maybe it's just for our own topology. So here we also have the possibility to say I just want to check the SSL certificates in my specific topology. So I can extend the filter here to select only the instances in my environment I want to check against my policy. Right now I'm clearing this filter out because more SSL certificates mean we maybe find some more violations. So I will save this dataset, and
Or you can extend this dataset for the type of endpoint certificates, for example.
yeah, that's a good idea. Right now we are learned that we inventory also the complete SSL certificate chain, and maybe we just want to check against the endpoint certificates. That's why I'm also able to create the rule tree in my dataset, but just to filter the things out I don't want to check. So here I'm also, it's the same like in the policy. I can say, okay, I only want to check the SSL certificates. I can use my helper here again that have, it's in the state, and there is somewhere the type, and if the type is equal endpoint certificate, I think something like this. Yeah, and you see we only have the SSL certificates without the intermediate and the root certificates. Then I will use this one. I can save this, and then I start creating my policy for this check. So now I have to say, okay, no, I don't want to add a policy for my containers. I want to add a policy for my SSL certificate dataset. Add a policy, and we say RSA key length is too short. Yeah? So if someone violates against this policy, the name is SA key length is too short. Also, this one is also security. And for us, that's maybe just a low problem. Okay. So now I need two conditions here and I have to combine them. So the first thing I want to check is that the not the type, the key type of my SSL certificate is equal, or start with more equal, with RSA. And I need a second condition that says, okay, my bits of my SSL certificate is, and then I can use another operator, is smaller than 3000. So two conditions combined, and important now is that we combine it via an AND condition. If you have something you want to check it's like that or like that, you can also change this to an OR condition. But now we need an AND condition. You can add conditions via the C button, and you can also add ANDs and ORs via this L button, and then you have the possibility to drag and drop the things where you want if you create your own policy. So now I'm cleaning this up again. That's our policy for checking if the SSL certificate is key type RSA and the bits under 3000. I will save this, and again I need to click the reprocess button that every SSL certificate is checked now. So that are a bit more than one container, so maybe it will need some seconds more. And yeah, the first one was found. I don't know if there's a second one with a smaller bit length, but we can have a look here and see, okay, RSA for the instance www.versio.io. The key type is RSA and the bit is 2048, and that's under 3000, and that's why we have a problem here. So now we cannot fix this problem here right now in the session because it's a real problem we have in our real environment, but it's a good example for a little bit more complicated rule. So, any questions here? Okay, then I would like you to build an own policy, and I can give you maybe a little hint what would be a good policy. For example, we have the configuration of every SSH daemon running in our running on our Linux machine. So we have 4 Linux machines. That's why we should have 4 SSHD config files. I will open some for you, and inside that configuration we see the configuration of this SSH daemon. So we see what port is configured, we see how many tries is allowed to try to authenticate against this SSH endpoint, and that are also good informations for security policies. So a good policy where could be to check that the max auth tries are maybe under 10 or maybe under 5, that we have something that violates against this, or you can see there's a configuration parameter that says permit root login, and it's bad practice to say that it's not allowed to that the root user are able to authenticate via SSH. So you could check if this attribute has the information is not set to yes. That's also a good policy. So I will do a short break here, drink something, and then we will check your policies.
Now we start with a practical session. Fabian give you a challenge. You have to look for file configuration. That is an entity where you can filter. And a tip from my side, you can filter the path or extension name, because only file configuration with the name SSHD bind T are a part of the data source, and then you can check the attribute itself. Yeah? And it's a good idea if you create a new policy group, that you put your name in the policy group, that we can see that every one of you can work separated. Then take your time for solving this challenge for the next 5 minutes, I believe, and then let's see the results.
Das hier als nächstes, dass man mal den Stern im JSON-Path nutzt. Das nochmal erklärt. Spät ist das, 11 haben wir angefangen, 1, 21, schon eine Stunde umgehen. Dann lasse ich das hochnehmen, vielleicht weg.
Nee, mach das ruhig mal. Wir können ja lieber mit den anderen Sachen ein bisschen schneller sein, glaube ich. Also das ist ja das, was wir jetzt wirklich wollen. So. Gucken wir mal, ob wir es schaffen. Ich habe jetzt nochmal 100 On-Importer ausgeschalten bei der Arranging. Dass wir da vielleicht ein bisschen weniger Last jetzt drauf kriegen hier, ne? Oh, Herr Stolz ist da.
Was ist das?
Ach nee, ich bin in der falschen Umgebung. Kannst schon machen. If there are any questions, then feel free to ask us via chat or directly via microphone.
So we can open our dashboard. Maybe someone already did something. Oh yes.
Schauen wir, was jetzt gut.
So is anyone still trying to create some of these policy, or should we do it together, or should we wait another minute? Okay. Then let's have a look again in one of our SSH configuration and build up this policy together again. So we want that that the permit root login attribute here under content is set to something that is not ES. So that would be okay, I think. Is it okay?
It's not okay.
Not okay? Okay, then we say it's no. And therefore we go back in our policy group. There's my policy group here. And we create a new data set because now we want to check SSH configurations, all SSH configuration. First, we have to select the entity, that's a file configuration. And because we don't want to check all file configuration like the Nginx configuration or database configuration, we add a rule here and say we only want to check file configurations that, and we can use the name or the path of the file. So maybe, yeah, we can also use the display name and say,
Display name is not so good. Go in a state, and it's good take to the name or path or extension, because here we can clarify only this configuration files can have this attribute.
and we can say this, maybe we don't have to use equal, we can say starts with assets age, should be enough, I think, D. Okay. So then we have every SSH D configuration. We say save. That's the data set we want to check, and then we have to create the policies or the one policy and say check permit root login. So again, just select the first default condition because we only need one here, and say I want to check under state content. And that's a good example. In this configuration file we have as an example here, there is this attribute not configured. And if that's the case, we can use the preview error buttons in the top and say, okay, give me another example that I have the chance to find an example where that's the case. That always helps to build the policy. So I change to another example, go to state, content, and here we should have the permit root login. I can click on it, you see in the top the path changes automatically. I apply this and say this has to be no. Yeah, but no is a good.
No is good, genau.
So if it's not equal no, then there should be a violation. I save this and I say, okay, let's check this right now.
And reprocessing is only necessary because the rules or the policies will be checked only if a new change coming. That means we have to wait 1 hour or 1 day. It's too long for this training. That's why we have this button here. That means you can take all the instances from the data set and can reprocess them with policies to check right now if the policies find violations or not.
So back to our overview of governance rules compliance, we see now some more violations. For example, 2 violations are here that I have created now with my policy. So we have 2 SSH daemons that are configured in that array. That's one of our hosts and one of a host someone new has installed, the one agent on. So I can extend this again and see, okay, at the parameter permit root login, we checked that the value is not no, and the value is not no because the value is without password. Okay, so now I see that some more violations are there, so I clear my filter on my policy group and we can check what are the other things here. So someone from iVenture did the same policy, I think. Yeah, we checked also that the value is not no, but I see that he used one of our templates So it's like cheating. We come to our templates also in some minutes.
Or you can call it clever. Yeah?
And Tomek did some policy root can login. Yeah, and he created it by its own, and he built up the same rule because it's quite simple. You cannot do it in any other way. And he also found let me filter on Tomek's policy group. He also found 4 SSH daemons with this violation here.
Congratulations to you that you are able now to define your first policy. That's a very important step because we believe policies are a real strong tool that we give you in the hand to check your environment if they are good or not good.
So now where we have some more violations, we also see, because I used different severities, that these violations are separated in different areas of our risk matrix. And I can also click on the risk matrix to say, okay, I want to start checking out my 4 violations that are in the yellow area here. So I can focus on the maybe more important parts.
Okay. To have better practical experience, let's do another policy. Let's define another policy for everyone, and I believe it's a good thing to learn and to get practice how they can define a data set and a policy. Do you have an idea, an example, what you can check?
Me or the
It's
other
a
one?
question to you.
Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of things to check, and maybe it's a good example to see something more that is more than one condition, or that checks multiple things in one. So I can show you our Proxmox nodes. So we have 3 nodes running our Proxmox cluster, and every node has installed some services on their nodes. And you can see here there's a list of 19 services that are installed on this PVE node, and that are like services that are installed or like extensions, and they haven't state. And the state is running here, and sometimes the state is not running. It's not active because it's an error or whatever. And we want to check that always all services of all Proxmox nodes are running, because if we install them, we want them to be up and running. So, and now we have 19 things in that list, but that could also be just 5 or 1, and it could also be that there are like 100 or thousands services in this list, and I don't want to create a policy where I say service 1 is running, service 2 is running, and so on. So I maybe need, I think the last one is a bad example. Yeah, we see here the state is dead, and maybe we want to check if any service of all these one is not running. So how can we do this? We go back in our configuration, in our policy group. We need a new data set and say we want to check our entity PBE node PBE, and we don't need more configuration because we want to check all of the three. Save this. Oh, I forgot the name, so that are all procs, mocks, nodes. Save this again. And start adding my policy here. So now I will start with, I will give it a name before I forget it again. That is check active services. So, and now I again change the condition from checking the display name to my service. I will select maybe the first one. So the state is running and I want to check the state, say apply, and I want to check that if the state is not running, that it's not good. So I will save this, and there will be a problem here because now you see in my path that only the first service of every Proxmox node is now checked if it's running. But I want to check everyone. So I have the possibility to change the 0, it's the index of the list, to a wildcard and say I want to check every item of the list, and we see in the example now we have multiple results, yeah, and one is dead, one is not running, and I can use this wildcard here to say I want to select multiple things. And the important part here is if you use wildcards, the rule, if it gets executed, it's like getting every possible path, absolute path to the state of a service and put them under the next logical condition. That means we now combine these condition, checking the state, to an end condition. That means we are checking if all states are not running, and the violation will only come if all services are not running. But we want to check if just any one of the services is not running. So we have to say we want to check an OR if any service has a state not running. That's our problem here. So we save and say reprocess again. And we will take a look into our violations. Yeah. So now we see we have 3 violations more because all of our PBE nodes have services that are not running, and I can open one, and now we see a little bit more or a little bit bigger rule description here, because as I said, every service, every item of the list gets its absolute path resolved inside this condition, and we see that's the red one that is focused here, the service 18 is a problem here that has a state of dead, and the other ones are okay, but the complete policy says if one is not running, then that's not good. So we have an example here of using a wildcard to check lists, and that's yeah, there are oftentimes some lists that you want to check, so you can use wildcard here. And maybe that's a good time to open our JSON path documentation, so we can give you some examples what is possible to select. So it's our manual is also can you also open via your user menu and manual. That should open in a new browser tab, and the documentation I think is under solution, governance with compliance and policy definition. There's also a help how you can do this. The screenshot we just used, and every configuration parameter has some description here, and we see every operator that you can use to compare things, if it's a lower number, a higher number, or it starts with something like, or you can use a regular expression or whatever you like. It's also described here, and here are some more examples about functions that we can also do. We will do an example for this too. And where's our JSON path, attribute path?
There is a link tip, and this link tip go in the top. No link tip available. Go down, 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 down. Here, that's the link tip.
Okay, so the JSON path is nothing we have invented. It's an standard.
It's not a real standard. There is a guy that said, yes, I need something like an SQL or XPath construct, and said, okay, I build up the XPath for the JSON, and that's the common standard in the JSON community.
Yeah, and here's some help article that also compares JSON path with XPath and explains what you can use. So we have a wildcard already used, but you can also say I just want to check the list from the first to the third item, and the other parts of the list I don't care about. Or you can say I want to select everything of the list that is maybe I switch over to show an example. Going back to our node. So maybe we can also use the JSON path to say I only want to select the services that are in the state running, and then I want to check if the active state is active. Yeah? So the JSON path has some possibilities to, or is a quite mighty tool to select the attributes you want. And there's also a good example we are using internally for every import of every instance. We have a JSON path. I need a second to find it. Don't know where it is. Okay.
What are you looking for?
Looking for my prepared complex JSON path. JSON path. Okay, so maybe I put something in the chat. So this, for example, if you do something on a host, this path would only selecting network interfaces that are using an IPv6 address. Yeah? We are using the path to go into operating system, network interfaces, that's easy. Network interfaces is a list and we want to check everything, that's why we're using a wildcard. And we can also do a little condition inside the JSON path and say, okay, only select the things that have IPv6 on family. And what I said we are using is a JSON path like this, because you saw we have a lot of processes inside, and processes have sometimes passwords in environment variables, or there are passwords in some other configurations. And this, for example, is a JSON path that selects every attribute inside an object that has the word password in the key of the attribute. So that means if you have a key that names my secret password, that would be selected, and we will filter it out because we don't want to store your credentials here in our instances. And maybe here I can explain the double.
I can't see that.
The double dot from what I pasted. So I can open my rule again. I use this little helper window here to show you some JSON path. We use this wildcard to select all states of all services, and maybe I don't want to check only services. Maybe there's an instance which have some services and maybe another attribute called super cool services, and I want to check both lists with only one policy. Then I can also I can use the double dot and another dot to say, okay, everything under state, no matter how deep it is structured, everything that is called state will be selected. So here could be, if there's a structure, there could be a lot of A, B, C, and every state would be selected if there are more structure inside it. So JSON paths can do a lot of things. The most times, like 90–95%, you just need simple JSON paths, like just the dot notation. So you say, okay, I just want to have state.services, and then maybe dot state. So mostly you just need dots and maybe wildcards, and the other one are a bit more advanced. So then maybe we should do another example. Any ideas from any other one here, what he would like to check?
The application and the TLS state. I believe that's a good idea. Can you show us the application item?
Yeah. So we included our application. and in the application we have information about the TLS versions that are used by our web server that are allowed to use to establish a connection with our web server. And it's also bad practice here to support only the newest one. And as you can see, we are supporting version 1.2 and version 1.3 and not 1.1 and version 1. So, but maybe it's a good idea to just support version 1.3, and I don't know if we want to do it again together, or maybe I give you 5 minutes and you try to do again this policy by your own. Check if the applications we have inventoried here only allowing using TLS version 1.3.
Take your time, 5 minutes to define a policy, and then we will do it together again to show you how it works, or perhaps in the best case you are able to do it by yourself. That means in the data set we need the application object or entity, and the rule should define that the application should only support the TSL version 1.3. Was ist los, Fabian? Jetzt bist du ganz schön ins Eiern gekommen, ne? Jetzt sind wir bei 15:45, das heißt, danach können wir noch mal kurz die Templates zeigen.
Oder ich würde die Templates zeigen. Ich würde das mit dem JavaScript dann vielleicht nur zeigen, aber nicht wirklich
genau.
durchprozessieren.
Genau.
Dann fällt es mit dem Naming Convention sonst auch noch weg. Ist auch nicht schlimm.
Genau.
Wir machen das noch, Templates, JavaScript kurz zeigen. Und dann gehen wir ins nächste Topic. Oder dann kommt wahrscheinlich erstmal kurze Kaffeepause.
Jetzt wann haben wir weitergemacht?
13:20, dann wird es wahrscheinlich so 15:20 sein, 2 Stunden.
Na, ich würde dann vielleicht mal eine 10 Minuten Pause machen und dann ziehen wir die anderen Themen durch. Ne? Malte ist noch dabei, der Chef, der Jan, ist nicht mehr dabei.
Ist auch irgendwie schlau von Teams, wenn man so eine Einstellung machen kann, wer schon mal drin war, darf ohne Zulassung joinen.
Das kannst du wahrscheinlich alles konfigurieren, aber du musst es halt auch konfigurieren können. Ne?
Was echt scheiße ist, finde ich, es lenkt mich ab und es sieht komisch aus, ist, dass hier die Taskleiste nicht da ist, weil du siehst auch in der Präsentation hier oben, da kommt halt hier unten diese 33, unten das halbe Logo, dann noch das sieht aus.
Also eine Einstellungsfrage.
Ja, aber wenn ich sie nicht haben will, dann will ich ja nicht, dass das Hintergrundding da ist, sondern eigentlich, dass der ganze Browser da noch ist.
Das ist eine Einstellung, die auf meinem Rechner so ist. Die ist nur auf meinem Rechner.
Und du findest es gut, dass wir hier noch den Hintergrund der Folien sehen?
Ja, das finde ich extrem cool.
Wegen der Seitenanzahl?
Nee. Das ist, weil ich so ein Framework nutze, damit ich diese hier freischweben sehe.
Für deine eigenen Bedürfnisse.
Ja.
So, hat sich irgendwer was getan? Atomic hat gleich ein zweites Policy-Ding angelegt. Der hat das erstmal geklaut. Das ist auch okay.
nochmal weiter 50. Dann gehe ich nochmal kurz auf die Toilette und dann. Dass das mit der L-Card auch einfach kompliziert ist, dann jetzt schon für so eine Session. Das kapieren die dann nicht.
Jetzt braucht es eigentlich nicht mehr.
Okay, dann. Okay, then let's continue to solve the challenge. The challenge was to define a policy for an application and to check if there is only a TSL 1.3 version available. And Fabian, please define it so that everyone can see that, or we take one of the a participant.
Yeah. So I saw Tomek did an try. He tried it, and yeah, he created a data set with application. Yeah, that's right, because we only want to check the applications. And he created a policy that checks if the TLS version 1 is false and TLS version 1.3 is true. That's good, but I think it's not enough, because we also have two other versions here, no, three other versions here, version 1.1 and version 1.2. And in this case, we would say it is bad if TLS version 1 is false and TLS version 1.3 is true, because we're describing the negative state in our rule here. That means we would check if TLS version 1.3 is true. It's a violation. We can see if this violates against our application. I think it was Tomek 3, or maybe not, or maybe he did no reprocessing, or I have to check maybe the complete configuration. Where is it? Yeah. So let's check. Tomek is extending his
Work in progress.
yeah, it's work in progress. Okay. Yeah, and you see here it's using the brackets, the brackets here, because the attribute TLS version 1.2 uses the dot, and you can use the brackets. It's like using the dot notation, but you can then input any text and it will handle it as the name and not as the notation for the JSON path here. Okay. So
Do we have to negate this result?
let me check. I'm a bit confused because we have no example here. Should always, if I click this one, we have no example here. Okay, but it looks correct. Okay. So yeah, we have to check if work in progress is done now. So checking TLS version 1 false, TLS version 1.2 true, TLS version 1.1 false, and TLS version 1.3 true. And let's do a reprocess and check what's happened. Back to our violations and see if something happened. Tomrek third, I think. Yeah. So we have 2 violations here because it's a state we have right now. Right now it's not allowed to use TLS version 1 or TLS version 1.1, and it should be true that TLS version 1.2 and TLS version 1.3 is true. So that's okay, but the task was to say it's only allowed to use TLS version 1.3. So I will change. Should I create a new one, or I can just
Create
check?
a new one.
I create a
Create
new
a
one. So we will do this again together. Same like Tomic did. We need the application in our data set. And yeah, maybe we can say do a topology filter.
Take
for
it easy. Take it.
Take it easy. Okay. We will. Oh, I forgot the name. All applications. And we say our applications will need a policy to check only TLS 1.3 allowed. Okay. So what we have to do is we need multiple conditions, and the first one is we need the other one. Like Tomic did, just check the TLS version 1.2, for example, get this and check if this equals false, because TLS version 1.2 we don't want to. And now I can copy the path because I know it's always the same path, add a new condition and add TLS version 1.1 is. So if I add this by hand manually, then the system does not check what kind of data type is behind this value. If I'm using the helper selector here, it's done automatically. But I know there's a Boolean value, so it's just true or false, and I can give it to him. Then this helps me to see what operators are possible to use. So I say it's equal to true. So also that's a Boolean value and false, reset false there. Again, then we need this again for TLS version 1. TLS version 1, okay, is equal false. And the last check is that TLS version 1.3 is true. So Tomek just had to change one true value to false and he would have won the lottery. And so I can save this.
Do we have to negate the result?
Yeah, right now we are checking that TLS version 1.3 is allowed and the other ones are not allowed, but we say it's a violation if that's the case. So we describe the good part here, not the negative part. And that's why we can say, okay, we want to negate the rule because it's easier to describe the good part than the bad part. And say, okay, we want to negate this and save this.
Yeah, that's only a possibility because it's easier to describe the positive thing. Yeah, and then you can negate it, and then you can describe with this one the violation. It's only an option for you.
Okay. So, and because I'm here right now, I want to give you another option. Most cases, this rule tree is enough to build simple rules and also complex rules, and we always try to use the logical array here because it's understandable and graphically, and it uses some nice builder here. You can drag and drop the things if you use more conditions and like that. But sometimes there are policies that are really complex, or you want to do calculations that are not possible with our operators here. And if you have something really special, you can change the logical type to a JavaScript type. Then you have the possibility to use everything a programming language offers to verify your policy. That means you get this runs in a little sandbox and you get the information about the data set. That means the instance, this is checked in this moment, and you could, for example, check the state.tls dot, I don't remember the name, I just say dot
TLS format.
version 1, and you could check here if it's true. That's simple. We also did this with a logical array, but you can do complex things here that just work with programming languages for special cases. If you use the script base here, then you are responsible for the result by yourself. That means you can return something, and if the result is true, that means your policy violates. That means you create a violation if you return true. If you return false, everything is okay. If you return true, then you have also the possibility to give a description back why is it a violation. Because we cannot interpret your script here. Okay, just an example here. I will not save it. One last example I would like to do with you together, and that's because working with timestamps. I'm switching back to it's already my policy group here, and you remember we have a data set with our SSL certificates, and the SSL certificates also have information about how long are they valid. And now we want to check that every SSL certificate is valid right now, and maybe for at least 14 days or something like this. Maybe we have to increase this to have a violation, but so we don't need an extra data set right now because we have a data set with our SSL certificates and can add a policy and say certificate is valid, and I open my condition, and you see the SSL certificate has an attribute that is called valid2, and there's a timestamp inside. It's a Unix timestamp, that's why it's counted in milliseconds. That's good to do calculations here. So if valid2, and we want to check if valid2 is smaller than, and now we want to check it against the time that is right now and not any time. So we can use something like now, and that will give us the actual time if the policy is executed, and we can say now minus 14 days, for example. I don't know if this is still enough. Maybe we check one after that. I save it and we will have a look. So that means we check this timestamp to be, if this timestamp is lower than now minus 14 days. No, that's the wrong rule, I think. I think I had to add the 14 days, isn't it? We want to check the valid2 is this. The valid2 is greater than now plus 14 days. I think that's the right operation here. Okay.
Plus.
We can reprocess this one, but I don't know if this will violate something.
I don't believe, because
Okay.
all
Then-
SSL certificates.
Then maybe let's get back to our report we created before, and there we see the valid2 dates, and all are valid. This one is valid for 14 days, but in the evening, so we should maybe add some more days, and then we should have a violation. So back to our policy and changing our certificate is valid to, I just say
30 days.
30 days, okay, and save and say okay, reprocess, and then we see that at least one should now violate. Yeah, now it's more. So some other SSL certificates are also will not be valid in 30 days if no one will renew the certificate. So for our partners, Telonic, Omnilogy and Telecom, please don't forget to renew your certificate in the next month. And we see here again the rule tree, and see what kind of timestamp was compared to another one. Okay.
And for the lazy guys, we can give you a hint how you can work a little bit easier if you take over our best practice templates from the policies.
So all policies we have created, we have done manually. Expect some clever guys around here that used some policies here, because a lot of things we also checked in our policies here are best practices and standards, and that's why we providing a policy template catalog for different things you can check that is interesting for every customer we have. So here, for example, is a policy that says that your application uses an unsecure CIFAR read for TLS version 1.3. So it's a very specific thing, and it's important in the security area, and you don't have to configure this rule by your own, because we know it's something all of our customers check if they have applications inside Versio, and we try to create these policies. We give them meaningful descriptions. Everything is described. Why is it like that? What you can do against it if this happens in your environment. And that we do for different entities. Here you see again what is the data set we configure to check this rule, and on the right side we have the specific rule that checks if you are using an unsecure CIFAR read here. And I will collapse this again. You see we have different things prepared here. We have the container running in privileged mode. It's the simple thing we created in the beginning. We have different things for databases. If there are databases running file configuration, you see these things. We also did with the SSH configuration. We have things for engines configuration, network devices, a simple host naming convention, or for Kubernetes instances, or processes, SSL certificates, a lot of things we have prepared, and we are working on increasing this catalog.
And how can I take over these templates in my policy group?
Yeah, so a lot of customers don't know what to check and where to start, and they can use this policy. So if we go into our policy group, and if we are here on the policy side or on the dataset side, it's the same. Next to add dataset or add policy, we have the templates, and there we also have this table here, and we can say, okay, we can click everything here, say we want to use all, or we can say, okay, I want to use these two policies from the application side, and I can just add these two policies, and these will automatically get saved into my dataset, into my policy group here. You see we got two new datasets because they are different, and we should have in some rule here, insecure CIFAR read for TLS, and they are here with the complete description, with the complete rule, so you just had to add them, and they will get processed in your dataset, and you can check this with a little click.
That means it's every time a good idea to have a look in the policy templates before you create a policy, and you have also the possibility to build your own policy, and you create you can put your policy in the template page 2. Yeah, Fabian, you can show how we can do that.
Okay. So, for example, we checked that all our Proxmox nodes services are active, and that's something that is not in our template, and everything is configured, and then we can say, okay, save this as a template. Then we have to give them maybe another name or description and whatever, and can say save, and that should add the template, that should save the rule in the template, but that is only for your environment here. So the templates we provide are available in every environment, and you can save your own policy, here it is, in the templates, but then you are the only one who can see it so everyone in your environment can see it, use it, copy it, change it, whatever.
So you have the possibility to build your own templates. It's every time a good idea if you want reuse a template in an environment, or you can copy also the templates to other environments and something like that. That should be enough today for IT governance. We believe policies and verifications are a big issue that anyone needs in the IT sector, because we have internal rules, we have regulatories, we have security rules and status rules that we can build up, and these rules help us to get back the control about our IT landscape if something has happened that it's not want from our side. Okay, we will continue our session now. At first, are there any questions for the IT governance section? Most important point is you have the possibility to verify each state that you have in your inventory data. And every change will verify it with all available rules in the background for you. That means if you have 100,000 changes a day, then we execute 100,000 plus policies for you to verify if a specific state failed or not. Yeah? And that's very helpful if you have a big IT landscape. You have no chance to do it manually. Okay, if there are no questions, then I go over to the next section, risk management and protection requirement assessment. Some slides for you to give your conceptual framework. What is a protection requirement assessment? An assessment of risk depending on potential damage. That means for all IT systems, for all data, for all processes that we have in a corporate, we want to define an assessment of risk depending on potential damage. And who has to do that? That is a task for all organizations and companies defined as a critical infrastructure. And on the right side, you can see all sectors in our society who is defined as critical infrastructure. Health, energy, IT, telco, water, food, transport, finance, media. These are the sector that has to be defined protection requirement assessment. And what is assessed? The confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of the IT system, the data, or the process. And this is a little bit stupid process, and consultancy companies do that in Excel. And we try to bring it live, and it's a part of our risk management. Here we can see a topology. Fabian will give you a live overview in 2 minutes. And we see a topology, and we can see here and here that we have 2 new bubbles. This is a protection requirement assessment. That means behind the bubble is a definition, what is availability, confidentiality, integrity, how they are defined. And there's a rule that means all criteria of the PRR will inherit to the underlying things. In this case, to the process, to the host. Yeah? That means here we have a protection requirement, and this referenced a service. And here on the other side, we have referenced a data pool, yeah, a database. And we see that this PRR, this protection requirement inherit via the processes to the host. Yeah? And this protection, the second protection requirement does it in the same way. And that means that this process, the systemd process and the host, are related to two of these PRRs. And we have to calculate, we have to aggregate the values of it. And yeah, we know a lot of applications, ITSM services, where you can define a PRR, but you have everything to do manually, and that's really, really stupid, and that's really, really monotone, and it's very error prone. That's why we recommend to bring PRR to life in Versio. And if we have this PRR defined for each element in Versio, then we can use it to sort in our risk matrix. We saw if you define a policy, then you can define the severity of your policy. You can say it's an info, it's low, or it's critical. Yeah? And here we have the protection requirement index. That means if the security level of your application is higher, then the risk is higher. And so we can bring your violations in this risk matrix. Okay, Fabian, then show us in Versio live how we can define a protection requirement assessment, how it looks like on the elements that we can see in the instance viewer, and let's see some risks on the risk matrix that are protection requirement related.
Yeah. So in the little break, maybe someone was in front of his computer and saw it. We created a true protection requirements assessment already to speed it up a little bit, to save some time for the next topics. And we created two protection requirement assessment. You can find these table in the menu in the risk management topic here under protection requirements, and you can add protection requirement using the add button. A protection requirement has a name, has a description, and has the important part, the assessment of the three attributes for availability, integrity, and confidentially. And you can select for each one if this has a low, a medium, or a high protection requirement for this.
And that is a standard in the critis area.
Yeah. And that's a manual task you have to do, because no one knows if this database you are running is critical or not for your business.
Normally in companies, they do workshops to define it with the business unit together, IT and business unit. They sit together, talk about data processes, IT systems, and decide which confidentially, which availability, which integrity they have.
So we prepared two protection requirement assessment, and we can also have a look here. So we did one for our IDM application. We said, okay, it's medium, medium, and high from the confidentially, availability, and integrity. And we said we have to do this here also manually. That's related to our application. The other one we created, we related to some service, so our Nginx service, and we used high, high, and low for the assessment here. And now there's the, yeah. And if we go into our topology view, then we also prepared a new topology here. It's the same.
Sag mal die alte noch.
So we will start with our old topology, and we can also visualize the protection requirement assessment here. So we need to, because the protection requirement is above the application, we also say, okay, we want indirect depth of 2, and then we apply this, and we will see our topology with 2 new protection requirement bubbles here. So one is configured for the application and one is configured for our service from the Nginx. And that means, as Matthias said, for example, this host in the bottom right is also related to this protection requirement, but not to this one. The host in the bottom left here, that is related to both of the protection requirement assessment. And if I'm going into that host, in the beginning we just saw the default protection requirement, and now where we have 2 protection requirements configured, we see both of them are related to this host, and it's not selected by the higher one, which is important. Now they get combined because both of them relates to this host, and they combine into a new protection assessment here. So for this host, all 3 assessments are high from the severity. That means not one of, so our 2 different protection requirements say confidentiality is high, that's the highest value, availability also the highest value is high, and integrity from the other protection requirement is high. That combines into high for all 3 values. That means this host has a really high protection requirement.
And we calculated for every instance that we have stored in our inventory. And if there is a protection requirement, then he gets the default value, the minimal value. Yeah, and that's a fantastic thing to say. Okay, this application is a little bit more important for me, like the other one. Yeah? Or for critical infrastructure companies, they have to define it, and here they can bring it to life. It's not an Excel sheet where they put in the data and nothing happens. They get the information and they can work with the information. And every system administrator is related to the protection requirement. He gets the information here in Versio. That's the first thing, the integration of protection requirements. And now we can switch over. We come to the risk management, because both topics depend each other. Because if we have the risk matrix, then we can see there are in the bottom there are violations, and these violations comes from applications or IT components that are not related to an PRR, and you can see 3 violations in the top, because in the past we define the PRR and we make a rule to create a violation, and this violation will sort it in the matrix with a PRR index status. And that's why now we have here a risk matrix with all violations, and it's a fantastic thing because here you have a good task list. You know, you can see what you have to do right now. The most important point is the violation on top of the risk matrix with the highest severity. Which one is it? This one. You can filter it, you get it, and in the best case, you can fix it. If you fix this problem in your IT landscape, Versio.io will inventory the new state and will close these violations. And this is how we work in Versio.io. That means we sit together in a team, we have a look to our risks, and we make change request executions that we will discuss in the next Masterclass training, and we can have a controlled way how we can manage or how we can solve the risk. We can see here how the risks are closing, and we will better and better.
Yeah. Maybe to explain this a bit more, in the break we created an example rule again. The rule is simple. It just said my hosts are violating when they host name starts with def. Yeah, so simple rule just for explanation here, and it's the same rule for all 3 different hosts, but because they all have different protection requirements, we say this one here is more important than the other 2. This is the violation that is in the top of our risk matrix, and the other 2 are in the yellow risk matrix status. It's the same rule, but it's dynamic because of the protection requirement assessment. That helps you to do policies and to structure and to focus on more important things in your environment with the same rule.
And here in the risk matrix, we bring all violations in one dashboard. That means we have very strong filter capabilities here, so that you can say, okay, I'm interested only in this policy group, or you can say I'm only interested in only the protection requirements with a high protection requirement index or something like that. Yeah? And we have a good experience from our side, and we know customers of us love that to work again this list. Yeah? Questions like here. Let's recapitulate what we did. We define a protection requirement index with the 3 values: availability, confidentiality, integrity, and then we make a relation to a data object, for example, a database, for an application or for a process, and everything under this process from the perspective of a topology inherits the values of the PRE on the top, and that's we do automatically. And we believe it's a stupid thing to do in Excel manually for 100, for 1,000 objects that we have in the IT. Yeah? That's a typical thing that we can automate. And we use the PRE to optimize the positioning in the risk matrix, and it helps you to decide which violation you should solve at first. Yeah? And we have very good experience with it in the last months, and we recommend it for you to work in the same way. Now we are in the last big section where we want to talk with you about end of life and security product assessment. It's a real security topic, and I believe it's very actual at the moment. We have a lot of cyber attacks everywhere, and that's why we will give you some hints for some topics in the field of cybersecurity. Here's an example. We have a database, a MariaDB in version 10.4.33, and there are some questions that you have found an answer. Is this a stable version? Is this the latest release? Is this the latest release version? And something like that. And you have to make a security assessment. You have to look, is there a vulnerability and exposure available for this version? This sounds like a lot of work because you have tons of technology in your IT landscape with different versions, and for all versions and all products, you have to check it. And that we automate in Versio for you. That means we have a dashboard that you can use in the first step. You see the technology, you can see some KPIs where your state is, your security state is, and for every product and for every version of the product that you used in your environment, you get an assessment. Yeah? And this assessment said, do you have a life cycle problem or do you have a security problem? What does it mean? Life cycle, I will start here. This assessment for this example is MariaDB in this version, and we give you a hint which process is affected from it. You can see here the process of the MariaDB. At next, you get life cycle assessment. Here's a strategy. What is our recommendation to make the assessment? What is important for the product? Because the strategy is product dependent. There is no strategy for all products. It's dependent on the product. And therefore, for each product, we have in our content repository a strategy that helps you to find the right way. You can customize it on your own purpose. And here you can see, for example, our strategy said we have to use the latest release version of MariaDB, and this is not the latest release version. That's why here we have not a green flag, we have a red flag. That's why life cycle is not in a good state. On the other side, we have a security assessment. We look, do we found a vulnerability for this product and this version? And yes, we found it. That's why the strategy said, is there a security issue and kind of a vulnerability? Then the security state is not good. That's why both states are not good in this case, and we can give you a recommendation and we say, okay, if you update from this version to this version, then you are compliant in lifecycle and in security again. And here you can see you can start a create change request, what we will show you in the next masterclass. We support currently 476 products in our content repository. You can have a look to our website. There you will find detailed information about all products that we support and the deepness of the support. We updated this data 3 times a day so that we have every time current data in our content repository. The same here in the vulnerability space. Currently, we offer 281,000 vulnerabilities from NVD, from Red Hat, from GitHub, and from Juniper. And we update it 3 times a day. That means if there are known vulnerabilities published, then we offer the vulnerabilities for you in Versio. And that's the point. You will show the end of life, or should I do that?
I can do.
Okay.
So switching back to our application, we can start this topic in our menu under Product Lifecycle and Security. Here we have our dashboard like shown on the slides. So we get an overview about all products and versions that were found in the environment we are looking here. So we saw we installed 3 Wonderporters and some Azure and some Proxmox importer, and we already found 30 different products in use here in our environment. And we found 43 different versions for this product. We get a little summary of the states of the products in use for lifecycle and security, and we get a little chart here to see what other products we use a lot. So for example, Docker Engine we use a lot here. Yeah, we saw a lot of containers, and you see maybe we also use a lot of Alpine Linux. Okay, so if I go down, I get the details for every product and version in use. Here, for example, Docker Engine has 2 entries here because we are using Docker in 2 different versions here. We use 2 instances that are running version 24.0.5 and 28 version containers that are using version 24.0.6. And do you think that's good for our environment?
No, it's not good. The versions should be the same, but I can see that we have red flags on the right side. That means the assessment seems to be not so good.
Yeah, so let's have a look into it. So we start with Docker version 24.0.5. We have 2 containers here that are running this version. We see we are red in lifecycle and we see red in security, and we see what's the problem here. Our strategy says that we want to use a stable version. Yeah, that's the case. We are using a stable version, and we want to use the latest version in that release we are running. That means latest patch of the release 24. That's not the case because there's a newer patch, and we also check if the product we are using here is in the active maintenance period of the vendor, of the product that the vendor provides. Yeah, the problem here is that there's a newer patch. The newest version is also the recommended task here. 24.0.7 is there, and if we want to use the latest patch, we should update our Docker version here. On the other hand, also the security flag is red because there's a known security vulnerability for this specific version, but this is also fixed in version 24.0.7. So let's take a look into another example, maybe nothing to do with continuous, and maybe some example with also something good here. For example, our messaging server says, okay, there's no problem in the security state, but also in the lifecycle state. So here's the same. We are using version 3.11.25, and it's not the latest patch for this release, and also it's not in the maintenance period here. So it would not help to go to the latest patch. We should switch the release to go in a release with an active maintenance period. So we have a question.
Thomas asked, can we configure when the lifecycle
Yeah.
icon is set to red? Yes, we can.
Yes, you can, and I will show you in 2 minutes. First, I want to show you where comes this data from. So that is a lot of data we have to provide here, and you have this little button here, and with this button we jump into our content repository where this data is saved, and you have the chance to look at it. For example, this RabbitMQ messaging server, we have here we have information about what's the name, who's the vendor, a product description, some information about the license, and
some interest statistics. Yeah? For example, you can see how much stable version, how much affected version by CVEs this product has. Yeah? Very interesting. And this statistic based on our end of life and security data hub. Yeah? We have a lot of data about all versions of this product, and that's why we can calculate the statistics.
And then we visualize the release lifecycle. That means every release we show what's the latest version, when was the release date of this release. We show what's the maintenance, what's the period of maintenance that the vendor provide. Some products also have extended maintenance that you can buy to extend the normal maintenance part, and here it goes down to version 1.4, so I hope no one uses a version before that, but I don't think so. And we saw we are using version 3.11. anything. So we were in this release, and you see the maintenance ended. The maintenance period ended with the last day of the last year. So since the 1st January, we are using a product here that is no longer in his active maintenance period. And for us, it will be a task then to switch or to update this product to be in the active maintenance period again. So, yeah, and that was just RabbitMQ, and for every product we are supporting here, we have this information here in our list, and yeah, there's a lot, and maybe we can show one other, like maybe operating system. Ubuntu was in use in our environment. Here it's the same information about the product, about every release Ubuntu offers. Here you see also support periods, and you see the little yellow flag from the release means that's a long-term support release. You also see this because the support time frame is much longer than from the other releases. So back to our dashboard, we use this information from our repository to verify every product and version in use. So we saw Ubuntu, for example. We can have a look here again and say, okay, we are using version 22.04 here, and we have not the latest patch installed. We should install 22.04.3, and there's also an security issue here. So where comes the security issue information here? Therefore, we also got the content repository in our menu here, where you can browse also the known securities issues we can provide here, and have a look into this. I will open just anyone. So I don't know what it says. It's a problem for, I don't know, any app controller for any product here. And what we are using here is we transform the known security issue in our policy format. That means you are now experts in creating policies, and it's the same structure, and the only thing is we import these vulnerabilities and transform them in our structure, and so we can also create policies on based of these security issues. So back to our dashboard. Tomac asked about customizing this dashboard. So every product has a default strategy how it should be operated.
Defined by Versio.
Yeah, it's defined by us, but it's just a default. And you can use our context button in the top right and say customize dashboard, and then you can configure for every product what is your strategy. So our example was, the first example was Docker, I think. So maybe we can split this, Docker engine, and we say, okay, we don't want to follow the Versio recommendation. We say we don't care about latest patch. We can say, okay, we don't want to check latest patch, and can say save. And back to our dashboard, now Docker engine is green because latest patch, latest release version is not checked anymore. So our life cycle is green now, with a little hint that this is a customized assessment here. So that's always an information of the actual state above the complete environment. You can use again our filters, for example our topology, to say, okay, I only want to see this dashboard for the products in our topology, yeah, you can use all filters you can use on other sites, but that's always only the actual state, and you will not see the history for this dashboard. But you can create your own policies based on this assessment. So the other button in the bottom right and the top right is create a custom policy group, and this allows you to, it's the same view like customizing the dashboard, but now you can say, okay, that's my EOL policies, and for example you can click by your own, I want to check my Docker engine with it's stable, maybe it's in support or it's in maintenance period, and you can do it for every product you want to check. And so we have some faster results. We can also say, okay, apply our Versio recommendations for all, and then we can also change things here. Oops. Can also change things here back to our Docker. Maybe this time let's say, okay, we don't care about maintenance period, we don't want to check this, and can say create our custom rule set here. So this may take a second, yeah, because it's a lot of rules, and this will create a policy group right into your governance risk compliance. It automatically creates all data sets here for all technologies and where they are used, and creates also the policies. The policies looks a bit different than the one we create because they are using dynamic data. And that's why the policy says, okay, for this example, Node.js uses a not stable version is the policy here. And that's something you cannot edit here because it uses dynamic data to verify if it's a stable version or not, because the same version today can be the last version, the last patch, and tomorrow it's maybe not the last patch. So, but we have them inside here now, and we can do maybe for processes or for hosts again reprocess to look if we find some violations. Anything I missed?
No, the policy group is you will found not in the IT governance solution. That's a specific thing you found directly in the product lifecycle and security solution.
Yeah. So you have the same violation menu entry under product lifecycle and security. It's the same view. Oh, I forgot to activate it. So I can here, it's not activated, and I can edit the policy group from here also. And oh no, I just don't want to update it. I just want to add the state. What was the name? Yeah. It's default unactive. You have to activate it by yourself. And again, say, let's do the host again, reprocess, and back to our violations. Now it's active. Maybe it needs a second. We should have violations at the host level. No.
I'm not sure.
Okay, maybe we add the containers. There are also a lot of operating systems in use, and maybe the processes. Okay, so give it a second, and maybe we can change the name of the data set. Where our checks. Okay. So now we should have some violations because we are using products we thought on the dashboard that are not compliant, and we see some containers here that is using an Alpine Linux version that is not the latest patch, and yeah, it's the same from the governance with compliance. We're creating violations here, and this allows you also, you see the risk matrix here, to gather information, what are maybe the lower priority tasks and what are the higher priority tasks. So I also can filter here, and we can have a look what are the tools. There are more, meanwhile, maybe I have to reload the page. There are 5. So 5 containers are from the protection requirement higher than the other ones, so that maybe the first one we should fix here.
That means we have 2 things to know in the product and lifecycle security section. We have the live dashboard, and live dashboard means every time that we can see the current state. You can customize the state, but it's only the current state. And if you need for an auditor, for certification, a measurement, then you have to generate a policy group, and then you have a violation. And the violation has the advantage that you get events for each of this violation, an open and a closing event. And on the closing event, you can see from when the problem is starting and when the problem was fixed, when a patch of the operating system is done. And that is very helpful if you come in an audit process or if you want fire events to get an alerting. Yeah, the live dashboard can't make an alerting, therefore you have to use the policy groups. Yeah? And you have the complete access to our end-of-life and security databases, to our content repositories. That means the release and end-of-life database, where you found information about a lot of products that we use in the, or that we can see in the enterprise field, or you can see the vulnerabilities. I believe it's a very, very cool browser here for vulnerabilities with very strong possibilities for filtering. I will give you an example. For example, we can filter for network. No, that's wrong. Here we can filter for all CVEs with a network attack vector because they are more important because they have a higher level of damage. In this case, it's easier to attack this. And was the second attribute network and
attack complexity.
Complexity.
Okay.
Yeah. That means here we can say we can filter and can give you an information what are the most important CVEs, for example, because you can attack it via the network and the complexity for attacking is very low. Yeah. And this is, from my point of view, a cool feature that helps you to define, or not to define, to find and to understand the world of CVEs. Yeah. And this data is not from our side. We only take over and manage this data. This data come in the most case from the product vendor itself. And they define the logic here. And we try to take over this to make a decision in Versio if this version has a vulnerability or not.
And yeah, we are here at setup and alerting. So right now, okay.
There we have only one slide, and then we show you how easy it is to set up an alerting. Alerting is very important to integrate Versio with other ITSM or communication tools that you have in your company. For example, we have ready-to-use integrations for all chat solutions, for email, for incident ticket solutions, and for example, we have here some special things like Luxafor. This is a lamp in our office that we use, or Dynatrace. We can push events from Versio to Dynatrace, and then you can see a Versio event on a Dynatrace host or on a Dynatrace process, for example. And very new, our generic webhook. That means if you have service that support an REST API or an XML API, and SOAP API, then you can configure it, you can customize the integration directly in Versio.io. There's nothing to implement then, and it's very powerful to use it for integrations. Yeah, that's it. And now Fabian will give you an overview how easy it is to integrate something via alerting.
So the base of the alerting, as we said, are the events. So the only thing you can alert are events, and our violations, for example, are all having events. That means maybe in the night from today to tomorrow there will be another violation because there's a new patch for some of the versions we're checking right now there, and we want to have this information not only in Versio.io, that we have to go in Versio.io every morning and check if there are new violations. We also want to alert this information to our email inbox or in our Teams chat. So what we can do is go into our environment settings, into our alerting, and say we want a new alerting. So again, we can say a name, give it a name. That's my, I don't know, all important things, whatever. We say this one is active. We can give it also a date from which it will be used, to which date it will be used. If we leave it blank, then it will be used anytime. We can filter things from the event side, so we can say, okay, what severities we want to alert, just the critical ones, just critical and high ones, or maybe we want all. Yeah. We can say what sources and types of event we want to alert, because they are not only events for violation, they are also events for someone created a user in your environment, someone deleted a user in your environment, someone created an API token, someone installed a monoporter, yeah, and something. So in our example here, we would want to alert when there's a new verification result opened. Yeah, and we can say we only want to get informed if this is a specific policy group. Yeah, that are all our policy groups here. If I leave this blank, then all policy groups will be used here. I can filter the classification, we gave the policies, and so on.
Classification, please note, comes from the policy. In the policy, you can define the classification, and it's very helpful to use it in the right way. Yeah? Think 2 times about the names that you choose there. I give an example. A good classification can be security, monitoring status, can be maintenance, and something like that. Yeah? And that helps you easier to filter events here in the alerting section.
And the most important part here are the actions that should happen when some of the filtered events are fired. That means you can say, I want to have a notification in some of my chat systems like MetaMost, Slack, or Teams. You can say, I want an email notification, or everything Matthias mentioned here. We can automatically create incident tickets in incident systems, and so on. So maybe the easiest example is the email notification. You have to say, okay, I want an email notification. Then you should enter your email address here, and that's it. Now every event that is from the type of violation that gets open will be sent via email to my inbox.
Yeah, and the best is you can define more than one action. That
Yeah.
means you can send it to you personally via email, and you can send it, for example, in a team chat. And for a team chat, you need only the integration URL, and it is
Yeah.
possible to show how easy
So
it
we
is.
like to use Teams a lot in our working environment, and and so it's a configuration on the team side, but I can show you, for example, how this works. Here's some teams we have, and we created an example chat for today, Masterclass training. It's an empty Teams chat here, and you can, for example, use the 3 dots here for options, then the connectors, and there opens a little window here. So there are all integration Teams offers, and we use the webhook feature here. There you just have to say configure, give it a name, that's our Versio IO, say create. Okay, you can give it your own picture, a picture of Versio IO, for example, and then you get an URL, you copy it, and you switch back to our integration. Just copy the URL inside here, save it, and from now on, all events for these violations are sent to me via email and into this Teams chat. Yeah, and I would like to save the time to demonstrate it, because we had to create a new policy and create new violations. But maybe it's a good task for you, because the environment will be there the next week. Maybe you can add your email to this list or add your Teams chat and try next week to create another violation and get informed about it outside of Versio.io.
Now we come to the summary page. What would you like to take away from this training? For us, it would be important to understand the Versio.io ITSM item DevSecOps approaches that we has implemented in Versio.io. And we hope that you have the same experience like us, the simplicity of operational implementation. We try to do it in a way that is so simple, so easy, so that you can concentrate you on the results that we can push in Versio.io. It's not hard to operate the system, and you have added values in minutes. And the automation capabilities that are implemented in Versio.io helps you to get the mass of IT under control, the complexity under control, and I believe that's every time, very important thing in our IT world. Reduce cost is every time a big issue for each manager. That's why with Versio.io you can reduce costs for documentation, your IT landscape, for information procurement of all employees, for IT security check, and for compliance with internal and regulatory or external policies. And in the end, Versio helps you to be more professional. We deliver a platform with functionality for you, and we deliver content repositories with knowledge. Yeah, and both are the complete platform that we deliver out for you. And we hope that this training helps you get to know the Versio IO handling better and better. That's what the target was for this training today.